Chapter 17:10. Ling Xiao was a very opinionated person, especially for someone as successful as him. There were too many women who were willing to throw themselves at him. If he fell in love with every woman he saw, he would probably have more than 10,000 concubines by now. Ling Xiao did not even think about such a thing. A person who was obsessed with women would never be able to attain the great path of martial arts. He admitted that Lu Lian was a very good girl, just like Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Hai Miang-Ko. However, if he did not like her, he did not like her. He would not force himself to fall in love with a woman. Lu Cheng said awkwardly, "Do you think Lian is not good enough for you?" "It's not a matter of whether or not she's good enough. Lu Lian is very outstanding, but I only have one woman." Ling Zhao's attitude was very firm. Lu Lian, have set my mind on you. No matter what you think of me, I'm willing to follow you. Even if I have to keep my chastity for the rest of my life, I won't hesitate." At this moment, Lu Lian suddenly spoke. For a girl to be able to say such words, she was really desperate. "Shameless be *tch, you adulterer and thief. You killed my brother. How can I let you go today?" Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to answer Lu Lian, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Lu Cheng and Lu Lian's expressions froze when they heard the sound. Fear appeared on their faces. "Quick, young hero Ling, take Lian and leave. No matter if you treat her as a friend or a woman, leave first. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Lu Cheng hurriedly shouted. Although his daughter Lu Lian had recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he still did not think that Lu Lian was Sun Yuanji's match. As for Ling Xiao, although he was talented, he was still young after all. He was also not Sun Yuanji's match. "Leave? You still want to leave? Guard all the important roads and encircle the Lu clan." The voice exploded in the sky again. Then hundreds of figures quickly rushed towards the Lu family, driving the onlookers away and surrounding the Lu family. They are the elite warriors of the Sun family. They are all in the Yin-Yang realm. The Lu family is in trouble this time. That young man won't be able to escape either. The crowd looked on in horror. There were not many clans that dared to make such a big fuss in Sky Sea Imperial City, and the Sun family was one of them. "It's over. It's completely over." Sigh. Lu Cheng's face turned pale. If his daughter could escape, then even if the Lu family was destroyed, there would still be hope. But now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Sun Yuanji alone was already terrifying enough. He didn't expect this guy to bring hundreds of elite warriors from the Sun family. This clearly meant that he wanted to destroy the Lu family. "Brother Sun, it's that person. His name is Ling Xiao, a candidate from the Dragon Phoenix continent." The one who spoke was actually the Imperial family's martial artist who had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this fellow had gone to inform them. Just in time. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. That's right, he did it on purpose. If he directly barged into the Sun family, it might be more dangerous. He might as well let this fellow go to the Sun family to get reinforcements. Not all of them would come. This way, he could continue to weaken the Sun family's strength. This was not for the Lu family, but for himself. Since they were already enemies, the weaker the Sun family was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Sun Yuanji was dressed in a bright silver robe. It was clearly pasted with silver foil. Under the sunlight, his appearance could not be seen clearly. Everyone says that Sun Yuanji is very flashy. Today I see that it's true. Yeah, he's wearing such eye-catching clothes. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? What's there to be afraid of? How many people in Sky Sea City dare to provoke him? Those who are weaker than him fear him. Those who are stronger than him fear his family. Moreover, The clothes he's wearing are not just flashy. They also have special effects. The crowd looked up at the sky and narrowed their eyes. Sun Yuanji stood there like a silver-armored war god. He was domineering and confident. No wonder he was one of the top 20 geniuses in the Sky Sea Empire. Although he was not as strong as his younger brother, Sun Xiaoshou, he was already very powerful. Many people were in awe of him. Young hero Sun, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? There might be some misunderstanding between us. Lu Qing took a deep breath. Since things had developed to this stage, he could only try his best to minimize the losses. If he could sacrifice his old life and give the Lu family's treasure to Sun Yuanji to save his daughter's life, that would be enough. Haha, misunderstanding? Lu Qing, do you dare say that my two younger brothers, Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang, didn't die in your Lu family? Sun Yuanji smiled coldly. He leaped into the air and arrived above Lu Qing. He wanted Lu Qing to look up and talk to him. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Yuanji. His Tai Chi eye spun. To be precise, Sun Yuanji's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. Among the large number of martial artists from the Tianhai Empire who participated in the White Tiger meet, those at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm were considered the backbone. However, there was a huge difference between those at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. From the early stage to the peak stage, each had their own differences. This Sun Yuanji was not considered too outstanding among these core forces, but he was still above many people. Ling Xiao was very interested in him. With his current cultivation, Ling Xiao could defeat a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. However, it would be difficult. However, it was precisely because of this difficulty that he could stimulate his potential and improve his strength. If he could not defeat Sun Yuanji, then he could not afford to offend a martial artist at Sun Xiaoshou's level. This time, it could be considered as a test for himself. Young Master Yuanji, Young Master Wuji, and Young Master Wushuang's deaths were accidental. I'm willing to use my life as compensation. Also, the Lu family can give you the ice fire herb for free. You should know that the ice fire grass is very helpful to martial artists with fire and ice attributes. Young Master Yuanji, if you have the help of the ice fire herb, the yin-yang revolution technique that you're cultivating will definitely improve. Lu Qing knew that this matter would not be resolved easily. However, he was still willing to put in some effort to resolve this matter perfectly. Ha! Why do you think I brought so many people here today? I want your life. I want the ice fire herb too, and your daughter. Since my brother is dead, she can reluctantly be a maid accompanying me in bed. Sun Yuanji sneered. The members of the Sun family were all so arrogant and unreasonable. It seemed like their family was too powerful, but it was not always a good thing. If they did not educate them well, then their descendants would definitely develop in the direction of being more and more unreasonable and unreasonable. Sooner or later, they would kick an iron plate. Is there no room for negotiation? Chapter 1711. No, but I'm not in the mood to bicker with a piece of trash like you. Ling, you killed my two brothers, right? Sun Yuanji turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was on the imperial martial artist. It was as if he didn't hear Sun Yuanji's words. Instead, he said coldly, I let you live. I thought you would know the pros and cons, and then go back to live your life as a member of the imperial family. But I didn't expect you to go to the Sun family to ask for help. Have you really gone crazy from wanting to die? Ling Xiao, don't boast shamelessly. Brother Sun will never let you hurt me. Moreover, do you dare to kill me? You don't dare. You let me go only because you're afraid of the imperial power. Although the imperial family's martial artist was a little cowardly at heart, he felt that his words were very reasonable. You don't dare? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He suddenly raised his hand, and a crimson sun all flew through the air. Under the clear sky, the crimson sun all absorbed the power of the crimson sun and became even more dazzling. The imperial martial artist looked at the fast attack in horror and hurriedly hid in Sun Yuanji's direction. Insignificant skill. With me here, he can't kill you. Sun Yuanji was already angry because Ling Xiao ignored him. Now that Ling Xiao dared to attack the imperial martial artist in front of him, he was even more furious. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the boss. Yin-yang rotation, nine-yang fist. Sun Yuanji raised his right hand, and a ball of blazing white light appeared on his fist. It was like the crimson sun. Then he blasted it out. The crimson sun all was smashed into pieces by this punch. He cupped his fists and smiled coldly. Ling Xiao, you're quite strong. No wonder you can kill my two brothers. But if we meet again, you're dead for sure. If you want to kill my friend today, you'll have to step over my dead body. Really? But I don't think it's that difficult. Isn't he already dead? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly, it's really not challenging at all. What? Sun Yuanji hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Only now did he discover that there was a shadow all stuck in the throat of the imperial family's martial artist, almost invisible to the naked eye. In fact, Ling Xiao had already seen how powerful Sun Yuanji was, so he didn't expect his red son all to be able to kill the royal family's martial artist in one strike. Therefore, the shadow all was the real killer move. I don't want to die. Before the imperial family martial artist died, the only thing he left behind were these few words. Don't do that. If you don't want to die, I'm afraid of the imperial power, so I don't dare to kill you. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go and find out how I obtained the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, then looked at Sun Yuanji mockingly and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yuanji. I've slapped your face and embarrassed you. Good, very good, very good. You killed two of my brothers, stealing my younger brother's woman again. Now, you even killed my friend. How do you think I should kill you to vent my anger? Sun Yuanji was practically gnashing his teeth as he said these words. Ling Xiao had completely driven him mad. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he really wouldn't be able to calm down. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with incomparable rage and killing intent. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Now that my cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-yang realm, you might not be my match. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Lu Lian stepped into the air and floated in front of Sun Yuanji. She looked at Sun Yuanji coldly, with a very calm expression. Ling Xiao had rejected her, but she was still infatuated with him. You're really a bitch. My younger brother's body hasn't even turned cold, and your engagement hasn't been annulled, yet you dare to protect your adulterer. You're simply shameless. Sun Yuanji said coldly, since you're so shameless, then I'll cripple you today, and then kill that brat in front of you. I'll let you die in pain. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. He was a genius of the Sun family, but in Lu Lian's eyes, he couldn't even compare to a nobody from the Sky Dragon continent. His pride and self-esteem were torn to shreds. A terrifying, murderous aura was released and directly enveloped Lu Lian, causing her to tremble in the air. Miss Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but you're not his match. It's better for you to stand aside and protect your family. The elite martial artists of the Sun family are eyeing you covetously. Ling Xiao naturally had to deal with the opponent that he found himself. How could he let Lu Lian fight for him? Moreover, Lu Lian's cultivation had just recovered to the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-yang realm. Although she was on the same level as Sun Yuanji, Her cultivation hadn't completely stabilized, and her body was still weak. With all these factors combined, she really wasn't Sun Yuanji's match. No, Brother Ling, you should leave. With your strength, I believe those people won't be able to stop you. I'll stop Sun Yuanji. Although I might not be his match, it shouldn't be a problem to stop him for a while. Lu Lian shook her head and said firmly, "You'll die." Ling Xiao sighed. "What's so scary about death? I'm willing to die for the person I love." Lu Lian's attitude was very firm. "Hee, what a pair of adulterers. How dare you be so intimate in front of me? You don't have to give in because today you're all going to die." Sun Yuanji was so angry that his body trembled. The terrifying murderous aura was released even more fiercely. Not only did it envelop Lu Lian, but it also enveloped Ling Xiao. "Forget it. Young hero Ling, take Lu Lian and leave. I'm not talented, but I have some special methods. It shouldn't be a problem to stop them for a while." Lu Cheng didn't want his daughter to die, so he could only give up on his old bones. After all, he was old and didn't have much of a future. This person was really too good to his daughter. "Ha ha ha, I'm really touched to see how close you two are. Since that's the case, you two can die together. You can reconnect when you're in the netherworld." Sun Yuanji released his murderous aura again and enveloped Lu Cheng within it. "I say, Patriarch Lu, Miss Lu Lian, did you guys misunderstand something?" Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, helplessly, "He's only at the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm. Do you guys think that I'm no match for him? That I can only choose to run away?" He was really speechless. From Lu Cheng to Lu Lian and the surrounding martial artists, including Sun Yuanji himself, they all seemed to think that Ling Xiao, was no match for him. Although Ling Xiao had never defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm, it wasn't because he didn't have the ability. It was because he hadn't encountered one yet. Lu Lian and Lu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to understand what Ling Xiao meant. Were they going to fight if they didn't run? Sun Yuanji also looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a mocking smile. Was Ling Xiao scared out of his wits? At this moment, anyone could tell that other than running away, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Chapter 17:12. Ling Xiao did not like to raise his head to talk to others. He instantly rose into the air and pushed Lu Lian towards Lu Cheng. "The two of you should just stay at the side and watch." Then he looked at Sun Yuanji and sneered. "Do you really think you're stronger just because you're looking down on others from the sky? Do you know that your behavior is really stupid? Your two younger brothers also lost their lives because of this self-righteous behavior. You're next." Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a look of shock. Could it be that Ling Xiao really planned to fight Sun Yuanji? In the next moment, they confirmed their thoughts. An extremely terrifying battle intent suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. This battle intent directly suppressed the killing intent released by Sun Yuanji. This made Lu Lian, Lu Cheng, and the other Lu family martial artists much more relaxed. Was he really going to fight? Could this guy not see the difference between him and his opponent? Sun Yuanji was still high and mighty, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He looked at Ling Xiao in disdain, and his lips curled into a mocking sneer. A mere martial artist at the 4th level of dualism realm actually wanted to fight him, a martial artist at the 8th level of dualism realm. It was really funny. Were the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent brainless? Ling Xiao, you might be number 1 among the young martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent, but here, you're not even worth a fart. You should know the name of Sun Yuanji, right? All the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent are not worth mentioning in front of me. Sun Yuanji was not very happy because he thought that Ling Xiao would either be scared witless by his reputation and run away, or kneel down and beg for mercy. That would show his power and nobility. However, this kid actually wanted to fight with him. It was like a ridiculous rabbit shouting in front of a ferocious tiger. Although it was ridiculous, it made the tiger unhappy. Why should I run? You think you're a tiger, and I'm a rabbit. Little do you know that you're just a sick sheep in a tiger's skin, and I might be a wolf in sheep's skin. Ling Xiao said coolly, after I came to the Tianhai Empire, there were many Tianhai Empire martial artists showing off their strength to me, looking down on me, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, without exception, all of them suffered a crushing defeat or even died. Do you think you'll make a difference? Showing off. Sun Yuanji smiled and said, I don't need to show off at all. I, Sun Yuanji, am ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's young martial artists. This is my glory. If you had a little bit of self-awareness, you wouldn't be so pretentious in front of me, because you're not worthy. Sun Yuanji looked down on Ling Xiao, and this had never changed. The Tianhai Empire was filled with geniuses that far surpassed the Divine Phoenix continent. The fact that Sun Yuanji was able to stand out and enter the top 20 was a symbol of strength. It was a symbol of status. He had reason to be proud, especially when facing Ling Xiao, this kind of martial artist who came from a small place. He had even more such qualifications. Ling Xiao was merely a candidate martial artist who was invited to be cannon fodder. How could he compare to him? This kind of candidate martial artist who went through layers upon layers of selections and finally stood out. The surrounding crowd also had the same thoughts. Their gazes when looking at Sun Yuanji all revealed fear and reverence. People looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see the same reverence and fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, they were disappointed. When they saw Ling Xiao, what exuded from his eyes was iciness and disdain. The expression on his face was actually filled with mockery. Being able to participate in the White Tiger Tempest meet is very worthy of being proud. You said that you stood out through layers upon layers of selections. Could it be that our Dragon Phoenix continent's candidate martial artists all didn't go through selections? Ling Xiao gave Sun Yuanji a glance, truly feeling that this person was ignorant enough. For this White Tiger Tempest meet on the Divine Phoenix continent, quite a few young geniuses died. Ling Xiao, was similarly nearly killed. And these efforts were actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Isn't that so? You just didn't meet any of the Tianhai Empire's candidate martial artists. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? Sun Yuanji sneered disdainfully. He. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I didn't meet any? Looks like you really don't care about me. You didn't even investigate what I did after coming to the Tianhai Empire. You know Water God Hall's #1 hero, the Dragon Crown Prince, right? They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, but I killed them all. And you know Wonder Tower, right? When I was on the 15th floor, I accidentally killed a few of your Tianhai Empire's so-called genius martial artists. They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Moreover, their expressions and tone at that time were simply too similar to yours right now. The same ignorance, the same idiocy. Oh, right. Your younger brothers Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, right? I'm sorry, they were too weak, so I killed them too. If you tell me that the Tianhai Empire's trash were all selected through a selection process, then I'll be very disappointed. I wonder where your arrogance comes from. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately burst into cries of surprise. Many people felt like their heads were about to explode. The amount of information was just too much. They could only vaguely tell that this person surnamed Ling was a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent and seemed to be the celestial emperor of some celestial empire. However, they had no idea what Ling Xiao had done after coming to the Tianhai Empire. They believed that the worst candidate of the Tianhai Empire was stronger than the strongest candidate of the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao's words were like a clap of thunder, blasting these people silly. Lu Cheng stared at Ling Xiao, flabbergasted. He knew that Ling Xiao was exceptionally talented and daring. However, he never expected that this young man would kill several so-called geniuses participating in the White Tiger Tempest meet so soon after coming to the Tianhai Empire. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao, and the adoration in her eyes did not change. She liked Ling Xiao, not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because Ling Xiao saved her and her father. She felt that this man could be entrusted to her for the rest of her life. So what? It still doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Of those people you killed, which one of them entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates. Although Sun Yuanji was also somewhat surprised, he was not overly surprised. With Ling Xiao's strength, if he could kill his younger brother, Sun Wushuang, then killing a few martial artist candidates was not strange. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered. As you said, I indeed haven't killed anyone who entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates. However, that's only because I haven't encountered them. Today, you'll help me make up for this shortcoming. Arrogant, Sun Yuanji shouted. Your good luck ends here. As he spoke, his fighting spirit erupted, brimming with powerful fighting spirit. Ling Xiao must die. Chapter 17:13. To Sun Yuanji, Ling Xiao was an unerasable stain on the Sky Sea Empire. Only by killing him could he wash away this humiliation. Perhaps this is the end of your good fortune. Ling Xiao smiled, faintly, similarly erupting with a powerful fighting spirit. He was like an unsheathed, peerless sword, incomparably sharp. He faced Sun Yuanji head-on, not backing down in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Although the White Tiger meet didn't officially invite martial artists from the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, it did specially invite one or two of the strongest and most dazzling young geniuses from the two continents. But do you know what happened to them? You definitely don't know, or you wouldn't be so arrogant. This young master can tell you that they never entered the second round. They were all eliminated in the first round. Sun Yuanji's words were full of mockery. In the end, the White Tiger meet was a martial arts arena between the four great empires and the righteous sect. The other small countries, including the former Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, were nothing but foils. Perhaps they weren't even foils, but cannon fodder through and through, stepping stones for others to step on. Besides humiliation, there was only humiliation. That's all in the past. I, Ling Xiao, have set foot in the Sky Sea Empire. This humiliation will be thoroughly washed away. Ling Xiao was very calm. He absolutely believed Sun Yuanji's words. But so what? The Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent's martial artists weren't good enough not because of their aptitude, but because the mystic world's laws didn't allow them to become stronger. At the same time, they also lacked more powerful martial arts and better resources. But now, the situation was different. The Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent had merged, and the mystic world's laws had changed. The resources that had been extinct on the two continents had reappeared. The Celestial Empire had to get a good ranking in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. He was one, Dan Feng was another, and perhaps Cold Plum and Long Chun could also obtain a good ranking. It was time to change the history of martial artists from the other side being cannon fodder. You are quite confident. However, every cultivator who has been invited to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet is very confident. They all thought that they could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, however. The ending is very cruel. Sun Yung sneered. Haha, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? Why don't we fight? We'll know whether you're laughably ignorant or I'm arrogant after the battle. However, after your crushing defeat, you must not cry. Otherwise, that proud hat of yours will definitely fall off. Ling Xiao knew that Sun Yung said so much just to strike a blow to his confidence. Unfortunately, no matter what his opponents did, they could not affect him. His will was as firm as a 10,000-year-old boulder. Fine, I'll let you know before you die. That way, you'll know how big the gap is between you and a true genius. Sun Yung did not want to waste his saliva. Anyway, no matter what he said, Ling Xiao did not seem to be swayed. After saying that, two strange balls, one black and one white, appeared behind him and began to revolve around his body. This is my martial soul, black and white mysterious jade, Sun Yung announced proudly. When the black and white mysterious jade works with my yin-yang revolution, even a mid-yin-yang realm martial artist would fear me. With this combination, I've already killed 2 mid-yin-yang realm martial artists. It's really a waste to kill you. However, to show you your ignorance, I'll do my best. From beginning to end, his words were filled with an overbearing arrogance. Big Brother Ling, you must be careful. The yin-yang revolution can reverse the yin and yang. It's impossible to guard against it. Lu Lian hurriedly reminded him. No one knew Sun Yung better than her. After all, before she lost her cultivation, she had often abused Sun Yung. Both yin and yang came from the same source. Her yin-yang fish was stronger than Sun Yung's black and white mysterious jade. Reverse yin and yang? This is interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly thought of something interesting. There was such an ability in his light and shadow ultimacy. Perhaps he could test out its power today and give Sun Yung a shock. Wretched woman, you're protecting this adulterer. But so what? Even if he knows my abilities, can he withstand it? Sun Yung was very confident, and his tone was filled with disdain and arrogance. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao, since he dared to reveal his martial soul and cultivation technique. I really want to know, when you're defeated by me, will your arrogance still exist? Ling Xiao's smile was filled with strong confidence. Divine Light Sword, Dark Demon Sword, Massacre Sword, Destruction Sword, Fusion, Dark Massacre Sword, Destructive Light Sword, Sky Demon Fighting Spirit, Golden Crow Fighting Spirit. Facing such an arrogant opponent, Ling Xiao planned to defeat him as easily as crushing dry weeds. He held the Destructive Light Sword in his right hand. It was blazing hot. He held the Dark Massacre Sword in his left hand. It was cold and emotionless. A sky demon and a golden crow appeared behind him. They released a strong fighting spirit that caused all the martial artists to tremble. Sun Yung had yang in his right hand and yin in his left. Ling Xiao was the same, and he was even stronger than his opponent. Is the yin-yang revolution very powerful? Is the black and white Xian jade martial soul very powerful? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. In terms of darkness and light, I'm not targeting anyone. In front of me, you're all trash. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands and was domineering. He was like a demon god floating in midair. His black pupils were filled with disdain and mockery. In the next moment, he opened the Tai Chi, eye in his left eye. His black and white pupils were filled with wisdom and calculation. He opened the 3-leaf demonic eyes in his right eye. The 3 green pupils were like 3 leaves. They shot out a strange and soul-stirring light. You said that I can't block your attack. Why should I block it? I don't need to be so passive against you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao took a step forward and teleported right in front of Sun Yuanji as if he was just inches away. Now, you should think about how you're going to block my attack. The immortal light sword shone with a dazzling light. The golden crow fighting spirit behind him exploded and absorbed the power of the red sun in the sky. It made the sword even brighter. Even the air seemed to be burning. The dark massacre sword stabbed out from the shadows. The sky demon fighting spirit exploded, and the black killing intent exploded in the void. Sun Yuanji's face turned cold. They were so close. Such a terrifying sword, intent of massacre and destruction. He found it difficult to adapt to such a terrifying power. In a hurry, he clasped his hands and punched out. A black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky. The power of ice and fire burned in the Tai Chi diagram and was released. Boom. However, the hasty attack was meaningless. The terrifying sword intent of the destructive light sword tore the void and cut the Tai Chi diagram in half. Chapter 17:14. The sword of annihilation tore apart the Tai Chi diagram. And then the sword of darkness of massacre unleashed a cold-killing intent that stabbed at Sun Yuanji's vitals. Sun Yuanji felt his entire body stiffen. Not daring to meet this attack, he fled into the distance. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running? Ling Zhao's cold and mocking voice echoed across the battlefield. The cold sword gleam instantly pierced through Sun Yuanji's origin energy protection. Sun Yuanji was shocked. Yin-yang rotation, black and white reversal. He hastily let out a furious roar and instantly unleashed the trump card he had been hiding at the bottom of his chest. At that moment, Sun Yuanji's body turned into nothingness. Not far from him, his true body appeared. Yin-yang rotation, black and white fusion, fission. After dodging Ling Zhao's attack, Sun Yuanji's rage reached an uncontrollable level. He, the mighty Sun Yuanji, was being pursued by Ling Xiao like this. He had to counterattack. The strange Taiji diagram in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying energy charged at Ling Xiao. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao definitely couldn't dodge. A cold smile appeared on Sun Yuanji's face, but a moment later, he was once more dumbstruck. Annihilation! Ling Xiao coldly spat out these two words. Without using any technique, the Taiji I had accurately grasped the flaw in his opponent's attack. And then the sword of annihilation stabbed forward. The sword of annihilation tore apart this terrifying explosive energy. After destroying this explosive energy, Ling Xiao charged at Sun Yuanji once more, not needing to adjust the two swords in his hands. Run! Terrified, Sun Yuanji repeatedly retreated, barely dodging Ling Zhao's sword gleams each time. But at this time, his clothes were already in tatters, and there were several dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Although they were all superficial wounds, he was still in a sorry state. Ha! Is this the strength of the top 20 geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire? Your so-called strength is just being abused. You look down on the Dragon Prince, but I think the Dragon Prince has more guts than you. At least he dares to face me head-on. Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and looked coldly at Sun Yuanji, who was not far away. He laughed and mocked him. The other party's arrogance had long since disappeared. What replaced it was fear and depression. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Only then did Sun Yuanji catch his breath, but his face was ashen and extremely unsightly. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, thinking that they were dreaming. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao held the light and darkness divine swords in his hands, and the primordial heavenly demon and primordial golden crow battle were gathered behind him. He was like a demonic god from the ancient times, unstoppable. From the very beginning, he had suppressed Sun Yuanji with an unstoppable momentum. Sun Yuanji wanted to escape, but he was unable to completely escape every time. He would be swept by the sword beam every time. What was this? This was no longer as simple as having the upper hand. This was a complete suppression. This was simply too shocking. Actually, they were surprised. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, with Sun Yuanji's cultivation, he should not be so incompetent. He could only blame his mental fortitude for being too weak. He had probably never been challenged much in the Tianhai Empire, unlike Ling Xiao, who had crawled out of piles of corpses several times. Now that I think about it, your arrogance is really laughable. I really don't know where your so-called pride and honor come from. Ling Xiao wanted to make the other party feel like they were on the brink of collapse, to feel disappointment and despair. Sun Yuanji's face burned. Such a wretched situation was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance and self-righteousness. It was really too miserable. You were the one who asked for it. Then don't blame me. Sun Yuanji's body began to change amidst his rage. Gradually, a huge crocodile appeared in the sky. He chose to activate the crocodile bloodline and directly enter the giant crocodile incarnation. He stretched 7 to 8 meters and swung his tail, causing the air to shake. The black and white jade was still suspended above his body. His martial soul and bloodline erupted together. It seemed that Sun Yuanji was really going to go all out. After the giant crocodile incarnation appeared, Sun Yuanji did not waste any more words. He was afraid that if he said anything now, he would be slapped in the face again. His huge body pounced directly at Ling Xiao, roaring continuously. As he closed in, his huge tail suddenly swung, and a ball of blazing flames descended from the sky. With a whoosh, it smashed viciously towards Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and spat out a ball of dense black gas, which enveloped his huge body. It was said that a dragon's head could be seen, but its tail could not be seen. Sun Yuanji could only see a black fog and the whooshing of the wind. Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. The giant crocodile tail slammed into the sword of light destruction. Ling Xiao immediately felt as if 1,000 kilograms of force were pressing down on him. His body sank, and he plummeted downwards. Boom! Ling Xiao's body crashed into the ground, creating a hole in the blue stone-paved ground. He raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he smiled. That's more like it. You really disappointed me just now. However, it's far from enough to kill me with such an attack. Pretentious. A rough voice came from the pitch-black fog. The area covered by the fog was getting bigger and bigger, and it gradually filled the entire battlefield. Many people could not see the situation within the fog. That Ling Xiao just now seems to be at his limit. Who knows? Isn't that kid still laughing? The crowd did not dare to jump to conclusions now, because they had been slapped in the face several times by Ling Xiao. In the black fog, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye released a strange light. In the distance, a huge figure wriggled rapidly towards him. Ignorant. I've seen this tactic many years ago. Can you really hide under my Tai Chi eye? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. He looked at his opponent coldly, and the two swords in his hands began to accumulate power, preparing to end the battle with the next attack. Die! A deep roar came from the black fog, and there was no definite direction. However, Ling Xiao caught sight of his opponent's figure, and then the two swords combined. Human King's sword. Kill! A terrifying sword chi tore apart the black fog and stabbed towards the figure in the black fog. yin-yang reversal, black and white reversal, as if he had felt the terror of the human king's sword. Sun Yuanji had already thought of a countermeasure. As yin and yang reversed, the black fog turned into a clear sky, and the clear sky turned into black fog. Black and white were reversed in an instant. Although it was only in a small area, it was enough to put Ling Xiao in danger. The place where his human king's sword stabbed was no longer Sun Yuanji, but the air. At this moment, it was impossible to stop. However, Sun Yuanji appeared behind him, revealing his sharp claws and teeth and a sinister smile. Chapter 17:15. Everyone could clearly see Ling Xiao being tricked by Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution technique. Because the black fog had disappeared, they looked at this scene in shock, feeling that Ling Xiao was doomed. Die, you stupid and arrogant brat. Sun Yuanji also made a declaration of victory. However, the corners of hot Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said before, in front of me, your yin-yang revolution technique is nothing more than a trap of your own making. Light and Shadow's sixth profound killing move, reversing I as the light and shadow profound meaning energy circulated. Ling Xiao's Taiji I released a strange light. In that instant, all the changes returned to their original positions. Black and white switched again, the real body and the illusory body reversed again. Ling Xiao's sword once more stabbed at Sun Yuanji's giant crocodile avatar. Swish, swish. The human king's sword pierced into the thick leather armor of the giant crocodile avatar with an immortal aura. Sun Yuanji let out a mournful howl like a wild beast. The giant crocodile avatar instantly collapsed, and Sun Yuanji returned to his half-crocodile state. This was the result of his lack of control over the power of his bloodline. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Ling Xiao, this fellow was too strange. Just now, they had no idea what method Ling Xiao had used to break Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution. They only knew that in that instant, the yin-yang revolution had completely lost its effect. You truly disappoint me. The top 20 genius martial artists of the Tianhai Empire are not even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, and the human king's sword once more stabbed out. Swoosh. The terrifying human king's sword pierced through Sun Yuanji's chest with an unstoppable sharpness. A massive bloody hole took shape there. Then Ling Xiao flung the sword, and the deformed Sun Yuanji was flung away like a piece of trash. Ayo! Sun Yuanji fell to the ground and let out a painful howl, like a wolf. He felt as if countless ants were biting his body, and the terrifying sword energy was still wreaking havoc in his body. Ling Xiao looked coldly at this 8th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Too weak, really too weak. He felt that it was easier than dealing with a 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. It seemed that cultivation was not enough to determine a person's combat power. Sun Yuanji was like a flower in a greenhouse that was instantly destroyed by the outside world. He was truly disappointed. He originally wanted to use this battle with Sun Yuanji to raise his cultivation level, but in reality, he had not even used 70% of his strength. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Sun Yuanji with a cold smile on his face. Have you never thought that you would lie on the ground like a dog and not be able to do anything at all? Nobility, what happened to your arrogance? What happened to your arrogance? Ling Xiao mercilessly mocked this so-called prodigy, who had come with an imposing aura. Didn't you want to end my good luck? Let me see how powerful the Tianhai Empire's geniuses are. You want me to see it just like that? Your backward-facing wild goose landing technique is not bad, but unfortunately, it's not very useful. Don't come over. Sun Yuanji moved back in fear. Unfortunately, his body could no longer rise into the air. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to escape. Attack! The Sun Clan's elite martial artists who had been watching the battle from the periphery finally recovered from their shock. Among the hundreds of people, a few of the strongest ones pounced at Sun Yuanji in an attempt to save him. As for the other martial artists, they all charged at Ling Xiao. "Get out of my way!" Ling Xiao let out a roar, and countless sword chi suddenly condensed around his body before shooting towards the crowd. It was only one move. More than half of the so-called elite martial artists died. Only a few of the stronger cultivators managed to survive. They were so terrified that they turned around and fled, not even caring about Sun Yuanji. Elite martial artists? I think they're just trash martial artists. Ling Xiao sneered and quickly walked towards Sun Yuanji. "Let your arrogance and nobility turn into blood, and my energy." Ling Xiao released the 18 Hell Talismans. The terrifying ghost hand once again reached out from the Blood Soul Talisman and dragged Sun Yuanji's body in. Mournful screams rang out continuously, but it was no use. Sun Yuanji was sealed in the 18 Hell Talismans and was completely done for. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who withdrew the Blood Soul Talismans and stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, dazed, terrifying, shocking, unimaginable. Ling Xiao's performance today completely overturned their understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. Cannon fodder? Perhaps the Dragon Phoenix Continent's martial artists would truly become a dark horse in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. Especially this Ling Xiao. He was too terrifying. They did not see the scene where Ling Xiao killed the Great Elder and Sun Wuji. However, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Wushuang, casually killed the Third Elder, helped Lu Lian recover her cultivation, and then killed the Lu family's old patriarch. They had seen everything clearly. What they found most inconceivable was that Sun Yuanji came with hatred, noble, arrogant, and supercilious. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. However, Ling Xiao killed the imperial family's martial artist in front of Sun Yuanji, causing Sun Yuanji to lose all face. Not only that, Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and soared through the air, completely crushing Sun Yuanji from beginning to end. In the end, Sun Yuanji, a martial artist ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire, was killed. This scene kept replaying in their minds. Many people still couldn't believe that what they saw was real. They thought that they were dreaming. Although this battle might not become a classic, it would definitely remain in their memories for a long time. Lu Cheng swallowed his saliva. He had never imagined such an ending. Ling Xiao actually killed Sun Yuanji. To think that he had told Ling Xiao to run for his life at the beginning. It turned out that this youth was actually so terrifying. He had really misjudged. He had completely misjudged. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of adoration. She had already completely fallen in love with Ling Xiao. Seeing the man she liked kill the Sun family's martial artists who had once tortured the Lu family until they pissed their pants in terror. Her heart was as sweet as honey. This kind of ending was really the most beautiful. "Miss Lu, come over here for a moment." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Lian and suddenly said. Lu Lian did not know what he meant, but because she had complete trust in Ling Xiao, she did not hesitate to walk towards Ling Xiao. "Sun Yuanji just said that your Lu family has ice fire grass?" Ling Xiao asked. "I dare not hide it from young hero Ling. We do have ice fire grass." Lu Cheng hurriedly replied. "Take it out and give it to me." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Lu Cheng froze for a moment. To tell the truth, he definitely would not be happy to hand over his Lu family's treasure. However, Ling Xiao had helped his Lu family out of a predicament today. Even if it was the ice-fire grass, it was fine to give it to him. Chapter 17:16. From Lu Cheng's point of view, Ling Xiao was someone he couldn't offend. This young man was too scary. He was definitely the kind of person who would kill at the slightest disagreement. The crowd also felt that Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive. After all, Lu Cheng had already planned to give the ice-fire grass to Sun Yuanji. Young hero, please wait a moment. Lu Cheng left for a while. When he returned, he held a flower pot in his hand. In the pot, there was a strange plant made of ice and fire that was shining with a unique light. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Lu Cheng's reaction. To be honest, if Lu Cheng wasn't willing to hand over the ice-fire grass, he would have turned and left. As for the Lu family's future, he didn't care. Fortunately, Lu Cheng didn't disappoint him. Miss Lu, sit cross-legged. Ling Xiao instructed. Lu Lian nodded and sat cross-legged in the air, 1 foot above the ground. Then Ling Xiao released the eye of the immortal flask and completely absorbed the energy of the ice-fire grass. When the ice-fire grass completely withered, Ling Xiao stopped absorbing. I'll help you recover to your peak. This way, even if Sun Yuanji comes, you won't have to fear him. After saying this, the immortal flask spat out a black and white light that entered Lu Lian's body. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Cheng and the crowd were stunned. After all this time, Ling Xiao didn't want the ice-fire grass for himself, but for Lu Lian. The Lu family was really lucky to have such a person. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xiao put away the immortal flask. Lu Lian opened her eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. She happily turned to Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling, I've recovered. I've finally recovered. It's good that you've recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Cheng and said, I'll take the remaining energy of the ice-fire grass as a reward. Is there a problem? No problem. Lu Cheng hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? Although the ice-fire grass was good, it couldn't let Lu Lian recover her cultivation so quickly. Now that he was paying the price of the ice-fire grass to let his daughter recover her cultivation, not only would his daughter regain the qualifications to participate in the white tiger meet, but the Lu family would also be safe. This was simply a huge bargain. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Miss Lu, let's meet again at the White Tiger Summit. Ling Xiao smiled, then stepped into the air and left. With a wave of his sleeves, he did not take away a single cloud. He was still so carefree and at ease. Lu Lian wanted to call Ling Xiao, but gave up in the end. She liked Ling Xiao, but she couldn't force Ling Xiao to like her. More importantly, the Lu family needed her now, so she couldn't leave easily. At the same time, Ling Xiao had returned to the Tower of Heroes. It was obvious that many battles had taken place here. The air was filled with the smell of death. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up and the corpses had been disposed of, Ling Xiao's sense of smell told him that there was no way he would miss the remnants of the smell. Pushing open the door, Ling Xiao entered the courtyard where the other 6 martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire resided. Ji Luoyu went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to find her father, Ji Qing, to help Ling Xiao gather the ingredients for the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Malatang, so she wasn't here. There was also a thick smell of blood here. However, Dan Feng and the others were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He didn't ask what happened because there was no need. He wasn't these people's nanny. Some things had to be experienced. He only took out healing medicinal pills and gave them to a few injured people to let them heal. At the same time, he gave the myriad ghost banner, 9 nether devil art, and 9-headed devil bird martial soul to Cold Plum, letting Cold Plum go into closed-door cultivation. There was still quite some time before the White Tiger Summit. As long as Cold Plum cultivated well, she would definitely have a breakthrough before the White Tiger Summit began. Brother Dan Feng, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum into his room and then took out the Tai Chi stone. He directly ate it in one bite. When others used the Tai Chi stone, they would absorb the energy inside. However, he was a little too overbearing. He actually ate it like it was candy. Cold Plum, if you encounter any trouble, just call me. Don't mess around. After reminding Cold Plum, Ling Xiao entered a cultivation state. The yin and yang energies released by the Tai Chi stone continuously poured into his meridians. Above his head, a brand new gate of hell appeared. Written on it were the words, steaming hell. This was the 5th layer of hell. The appearance of the steaming hell also meant that Ling Xiao was not far from the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. The essence soul was placed in the steaming hell. Terrifying steam constantly attacked, making people feel like they were about to be melted. Ling Xiao's essence soul was entrenched in it and actually started cultivating. This kind of environment was very effective for tempering one's essence soul. Ling Xiao did not want to miss this opportunity. On the other side, Cold Plum also entered a cultivation state. She held the 10,000 ghost banner in her hand, and the Yin spirit energy kept pouring into her body. The 9-headed demon bird, martial soul, began to merge with the ghost spirit, martial soul. She circulated the 9 nether demonic art, and the Yin spirit energy started to temper her body and raise her cultivation. In the room, a sinister aura kept gathering. Even the souls that had just died in the Hall of Heroes were attracted by the terrifying and eerie aura and rushed into the room. The people outside the room could hear the cries of ghosts and howls. However, they did not need to worry. As long as Ling Xiao was inside, nothing would happen. All right, all of you should cultivate too. Before the White Tiger Summit, raise your cultivation as much as you can. I will protect everyone. Dan Feng looked at the rest and said, it was already very difficult for his cultivation to continue breaking through unless he obtained a treasure that could break through the shackles or had a fortuitous encounter. Right now, what he needed to do was to continuously accumulate yin and yang energy. This way, when it was time to break through, he would naturally be able to break through. While the 7 martial artists of the Heavenly Empire were either cultivating or recuperating from their injuries, Sun Yuanji's death had already been spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sea City by many people. There were too many people watching the show. It was impossible to block this news even if they wanted to. Now, almost everyone in Heavenly Sea City knew that the top 20 martial artist candidate Sun Yuanji was killed by the Heavenly Empire's martial artist Ling Xiao from the Dragon Phoenix continent. This was a very shocking matter. All along, the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, who came to the White Tiger continent, had never entered the top 100 even if they were the most outstanding geniuses. But today, Sun Yuanji, who was ranked in the top 20, was actually killed. How could this not be shocking? The Liu family's residence once again became the gathering place of martial artists, because Little Demonic Beast Sun had come to seek revenge. Little Demonic Beast Sun's appearance was extremely rough and barbaric. He was also dressed like a savage. That seemingly sturdy body exuded an aura that was as terrifying as a wild beast's. The martial artists of the Liu family all looked at Little Demonic Beast Sun in the courtyard with fear and trepidation. They did not expect that this revenge would come so quickly. Chapter 17:17. Sun, Little Demonic Beast, hadn't made a move yet, because someone else had come. Ha ha, old Sun, your Sun Yuanji is too useless. He was killed by that Ling Xiao. The voice of the newcomer was quite rough, and his body was even stronger than Sun, little demonic beast. While speaking, he stood directly beside Sun, little demonic beast, and spoke without reservation. Wang Xiang. Sun, little demonic beast glanced at the newcomer and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" "Ha ha ha, we are all one of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Can I help you?" Wang Xiang laughed. "No need." Sun, little demonic beast said lightly, "Don't be so polite. I heard that the little girl of the Liu family is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm also here to admire her." Wang Xiang was not polite at all. "Wang Xiang, what's the use of running so fast? You can't see the fun." Right at this moment, another 2 people arrived gracefully. One of them was skinny and had snake-like pupils, which made him look very strange. "Changxi, you're slow, right?" Another person appeared as he spoke. This person was extremely fat, but he could actually fly in the sky, which showed that his cultivation was profound. "Bah, Junan, you still have the face to talk about me? Aren't you the slow one?" Changxi said angrily. "It's so lively. I didn't expect the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy to appear. It seems that I have come at the right time." Suddenly, the air was filled with a gloomy aura of death. A warrior in black, with a thick black cloth wrapped around his right hand, appeared. Judging from his age, he should be about 30 years old. "Ghost Hand Old Jiu, what does this have to do with you? Why are you here?" Wang Xiang frowned and said, "I'm just here to watch the fun." Ghost Hand Old Jiu sat on the roof and smiled faintly. "Humph, you'd better not make a move. Otherwise, the 4 beasts will not let you go." Zhu Nen snorted coldly. "Even if I make a move, what can you do?" Ghost Hand Old Jiu was surrounded by black gas. He was not afraid of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. He, well said. I'll join in the fun too." This time, it was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her laughter was like a silver bell, but it was filled with a very sinister aura. Tiny, there was probably no one in the Tianhai Empire who wouldn't recognize this 7 or 8-year-old child, because in the entire White Tiger continent, there was no other child as powerful as him. He was only 8 years old, but he was already one of the 7 minor saints. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. "You actually want to interfere?" Little Devil Beast Sun frowned. He couldn't figure out Ghost Hand Old Jiu, but at least he knew that his opponent's trump card was his right arm. But this little guy was completely unfathomable. I'm only here to see if Miss Lu Lian's body has really been purged of the goo worm. After all, this is a problem that even I can't solve. I didn't expect that it would be solved by someone else. I'm a little unwilling." Xiao Budian smiled and said, "It's just little Devil Sunday's son, Yuanji's strength is not weak. Will he really lose to that person called Ling Xiao?" Little Devil Beast Sun's face was gloomy, and he didn't answer. To be honest, until now, he still couldn't believe that it was true. If someone told him that Lu Lian had recovered her cultivation and killed Sun Yuanji, he could still accept it. However, the surrounding martial artists all expressed that they had seen everything clearly. It was that person called Ling Xiao who had killed Sun Wushuang, and then Sun Yuanji. It seems to be true. I'm just curious. Will Sun Yuanji's death alarm the 4 heroes? Xiao Budian said with a smile. The 4 heroes only care about themselves. They don't even care about the 7 minor saints. Why would they care about Sun Yuanji's death? However, the leader of the 7 minor saints, Water God Sun, should be here. Ghost Hand Old Jiu suddenly said. Why? Don't you know? That Ling Xiao almost killed the 7 heroes and the Dragon Prince by himself. Will Water God Sun not appear? Ghost Hand Old Joe said, with a smile. It can't be. I've seen the Dragon Prince. Although his cultivation isn't too strong, he's at the 6th level of Yin Yang realm, coupled with the heavenly Dragon King bloodline. How could he be killed by a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent? Changshi frowned and asked, Who knows? That's what the rumors say. I don't know how the 6 heroes of the 7 heroes died. However, when the number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince were killed, there were many martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain present. That Ling Xiao seems to have the Blood Soul Talisman. Ghost Hand Old Joe replied. This Ling Xiao is probably the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Empire, right? Little Devil's Son suddenly asked. Maybe, but not necessarily. There were a few battles in the Heroes' Pavilion today, and dozens of candidates died. However, none of the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire died. Ling Xiao wasn't present at that time. Do you think that there aren't any experts among the remaining candidates? Ghost Hand Old Joe's information was very timely and very complete. Since you know so much, then you should also know about Ling Xiao's cultivation. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Ghost Hand Old Joe. This voice sounded too abruptly and gave Ghost Hand Old Joe a fright. Just as he was about to flee, a hand had already landed on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Water God's child. Everyone looked at the person behind Ghost Hand Old Joe. That person was wearing a blue robe. Her face was delicate and cold. She was actually a woman. However, this woman was too terrifying. When she appeared, the others didn't react at all. The number 1 of the 7 minor saints wasn't bragging. Greetings, Water God's child. Ghost Hand Old Joe hurriedly said politely. The rest of the people also bowed one after another. And Ghost Hand Old Joe, I ask you a question and you answer it. Is that okay? Water God let go of his hand and said indifferently, Of course, I will tell you everything I know. Ghost Hand Old Joe was really frightened by Water God's child. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. What's Ling Xiao's cultivation? Water God asked. According to my investigation, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm when he fought with the Dragon Prince and the first hero on Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ghost Hand Old Joe answered. Really? Water God was obviously in disbelief. The Dragon Prince's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. How could he kill him at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm? Water God, I'm really not lying. He might have hidden his cultivation, but he was only at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm when he unleashed it. After that, he entered the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed a few candidates in front of Fan Ruahai and Mu Wanshuang. At that time, his cultivation was already at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. Fan Ruahai, young Master Fan, can testify to this. Mu Wanshuang, one of the 4 heroes, can testify as well. Ghost Hand Old Joe said carefully. His cultivation speed is so fast. No, he must have hidden his cultivation. Continue. Chapter 17:18. Ghost Hand Laojiu continued. When Ling Xiao fought with Sun Wushuang, he was obviously only at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. However, when he fought with Sun Yuanji, he unleashed the power of the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. It seems like he did hide his cultivation level. However, is it possible for him to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm when he's only at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm? Water Shenxi frowned. He was not the only one. The others also found it unbelievable. This was why little demonic beast's son was unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Yuanji. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm, a genius could challenge someone who was 1 level higher or even 2 levels higher. However, Sun Yuanji was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. The black and white mystic jade martial soul combined with the yin-yang will technique was extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao had managed to kill someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Was it possible? Lu Lian, come out now. Otherwise, we'll destroy your Lu family today. Little demonic beast Sun suddenly shouted toward the house. He needed a truth. Perhaps Lu Lian could tell him the truth. This was because Lu Lian was not good at lying. Even if she was lying, she would be able to tell at a glance. The others also hoped that Lu Lian could come out and explain, so they did not stop her. After a while, Lu Lian, who was wearing a pink dress, slowly walked into the courtyard. She glanced at the crowd calmly and smiled. Lu Lian, am really honored. I didn't expect the 7 small saints of Tianhai to be here. Hee, you've really recovered. Your cultivation level seems to have recovered too. Interesting. Xiao Budian was the first to fly to Lu Lian's side. After observing her for a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. I've recovered. It's all thanks to Brother Ling, Lu Lian said calmly. In fact, she was a few years older than Ling Xiao. She called Ling Xiao Brother Ling out of affection. It had nothing to do with age. Let me ask you, were Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Yuanji killed by Ling Xiao? Little demonic beast Sun did not care about Lu Lian's health. He was more concerned about his revenge. Are you questioning me? Lu Lian coldly looked at little devil beast Sun and asked. That's right, I am questioning you. So what? Little devil beast Sun Xiao released a barbaric aura from all over his body, covering the sky and covering the earth as he rolled towards Lu Lian. This clearly meant that if you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill you. Nothing. It's just that the Lu family doesn't welcome people like you. Get lost. Lu Lian's pupils shrank as she raised her right hand. A terrifying force broke through the air. This power broke through the breath released by Sun Little Magic Beast, and then directly hit Sun Little Magic Beast, sending him flying out of the Lu family's house. What? The 7 small saints were shocked when they saw this. Although this attack was largely due to Little Magic Beast Sun not being able to guard against it, it was still obvious that Lu Lian's strength was stronger than Little Magic Beast Sun's. Interesting. This girl's cultivation has actually recovered to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Xiao Budian said excitedly, This Ling Xiao, I really plan to meet him. I also want to meet him. Little devil beast Sun gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He had no intention of fighting back. As a martial artist, and a genius martial artist at that, he knew that he was no match for Lu Lian with this attack alone. If he fought back forcefully, he would only embarrass himself in the end. After all, there was a huge gap between a 9th-level yin-yang realm martial artist and a 10th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. He was a genius, but so was Lu Lian. Therefore, he did not even dare to think about challenging someone of a higher level. If you want to find Brother Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be stupid. You're no match for him. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Is his cultivation level the same as yours? Little devil beast Sun asked with a frown. No, his cultivation level is only at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. I can confirm this. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Lu Lian, are you insulting me? Although I'm no match for you, and it doesn't matter if I'm kicked out of the 7 small saints, you're saying that I can't even defeat a 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist? Little devil beast Sun was furious. Since you don't believe me, you can try. I just don't want the 4 geniuses of the Sun family to die in the hands of one person. It's fine if you don't believe me. Lu Lian's tone was cold, but she was actually worried about Ling Xiao. After all, even she felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Little Devil Beast's son, who was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm with his 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm cultivation level. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Although cultivation level was not the only factor to measure combat power, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Unfortunately, Little Devil Beast's son did not buy it. He was a child raised by a demon beast, so he naturally had the ferocity and craziness of a wild beast. Humph, I don't believe it. If I, Little Devil Beast's son, can't even defeat a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, then I'll automatically be kicked out of the 7 small saints. And give you my position. Little Devil Beast's son coldly snorted. He then turned around and left. Lu Lian, I will bring Ling Xiao's head to my 3 brothers. Everyone, we shouldn't miss out on such a good show, right? Wang Xiang smiled. He gently stepped on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. He then chased after Sun Xiao Magic Beast toward the hero's pavilion. Chang Shi and Zhu Nen also followed. Ghost Hand Old Zhou and Xiao Budian also followed. Water God Sun disappeared from the spot and turned into a blue light. He also headed towards the outstanding building. No, I have to go and take a look too. If Brother Ling is in danger, I might be able to help. Although Lu Lian believed in Ling Xiao, she was also worried about Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not as powerful as she imagined. Little Devil Beast's son's attack was really worrisome. Anyway, the Lu family was not in any danger, so she did not have to stay at home. Thinking of this, she also tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. She instantly caught up with the few people in front of her. Among the 7 small saints, Water God Sun's cultivation level was the highest. He was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lu Lian's cultivation level was similar to Water God Sun's. Naturally, she was stronger than the 7 small saints. This was also why some people said that if Lu Lian was not poisoned, she might even become one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. Outstanding building. Not long after the massacre, several figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Then, they directly landed in the courtyard. This scene alarmed a large number of martial candidates in the outstanding building. The 7 small saints are all here. Everyone looked at these 7 people in surprise. They were a little surprised. Where do the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire stay? Little Devil Beast's son asked directly. These people had special privileges and did not need to stay in the outstanding building. Therefore, they were not very clear about the situation in the outstanding building. Over there. Someone pointed in a direction. It was a very elegant courtyard within the Tower of Heroes. Such a courtyard is actually for the martial artists of the rebel country to stay in. What a bunch of trash. Little Devil Beast's son snorted coldly. He was even more unhappy. Chapter 17:19. There were only 2 courtyards in the Tower of Heroes. In the past, those who lived there were all powerful candidates from the Tianhai Empire. Who would have thought that one of the courtyards would be occupied by the cannon fodder from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He broke through the air, and the others followed. Little Devil Beast's son directly stepped onto the roof of the courtyard and shouted, "Ling Xiao, get out here! Get out here! Get out here!" The terrifying roar was like thunder that continuously rumbled into the courtyard. A moment later, several figures rose into the air and stood on the roof. Dan Feng, Long Chun, Feng Minglian, MOU, and Zhu Xiaocong were all there. The leader, Dan Feng, looked very ordinary. However, under this ordinary appearance, there was an aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Long Chun looked even more ferocious. He stood there like an ancient dragon, breathing in and out an aura that made people feel stifled. Feng Minglian was an outstanding beauty, and her cultivation was extraordinary. Her icy aura spread out, causing many martial artists to feel a chill run down their spines. Only Mou and Zhu Xiaocong were slightly weaker, but they didn't show any weakness. Who are you? You dare to barge into the Tower of Heroes and disturb our rest? Zhu Xiaocong looked coldly at Little Devil Beast Sunday. His expression wasn't very good. When they came up, they clearly felt that something was wrong with Cold Plum, who was cultivating. She was affected by that voice. I am Little Devil Beast's son of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. Which one of you is Ling Xiao? Little Devil Beast's son asked coldly. He didn't care about Zhu Xiaocong's question at all, because he didn't put anyone here in his eyes. Little Devil Beast's son, I've heard of you, but my celestial emperor is in seclusion and is not suitable to receive guests. Please go back. Dan Feng said indifferently. Even an idiot could see that these people were here to cause trouble. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were in seclusion. Dan Feng definitely wouldn't allow these people to disturb them. Today, he has to see me whether he wants to or not. Little Devil Beast's son didn't give Dan Feng any face at all. He rushed into the house and roared again, Ling Xiao, get the hell out of here. His voice contained a terrifying amount of internal energy, causing the house to shake continuously. However, right at that moment, Long Chun suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Their voices collided with each other in the air and then exploded. The walls of the courtyard collapsed, and the door was destroyed, but the sound did not affect Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, who were inside the house. Dragon roar? Are you the descendant of the legendary golden dragon of the Celestial Dynasty Empire? Little Devil Beast's son was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be someone here who could block his roar technique. That's right, it's me. Long Chun said loudly. It's not easy for the descendants of the golden dragon to survive. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, all of you will die today. Son, Little Devil coldly said. Die. Long Chun curled his lips and said, there are many people who want us to die. Just a quarter of an hour ago, there were more than a dozen corpses lying here. Why don't you try lying down as well? Arrogant. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're from the dragon clan. You're just thick-skinned. Your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me. Little Devil Beast's son coldly snorted. I didn't say that I'm invincible. At least in our Celestial Dynasty Empire, there are many people who are stronger than me. But aren't you being too arrogant? Even if my brother Ling doesn't make a move, do you really think that you can do whatever you want? Long Chun disdainfully said. Why don't we exchange blows first? Long Chun, you're no match for him. Let me do it. Dan Feng secretly transmitted his voice. He could tell that Little Devil Beast's son's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not to mention Long Chun, even Ling Xiao might not be his match among the martial artists in the Celestial Dynasty Empire. Only he had the strength to fight with Little Devil Beast Sunday. Brother Dan Feng, I know that I'm no match for him. But since someone is looking for trouble, I don't want to retreat. There were 2 reasons why Long Chun wanted to exchange blows with Little Devil Beast Sunday. Firstly, the golden dragon's body was extremely strong. The chances of him being heavily injured or dying were not high. Secondly, he was anxious. After coming to the Celestial Sea Empire, he had seen many powerful martial artists. He could not help but want to increase his strength. The potential of the golden dragon in his body could only be stimulated in battle. Little Devil Beast's son was definitely a good opponent. Even if he could not win, he still wanted to fight. Fine, you go and try. I'll watch from the side. If you're in danger, I'll help. Dan Feng thought about it and agreed. With him and Long Chen's powerful talent, It was impossible for him to die. He might as well give it a try. Thank you, Brother Dan Feng. Long Chun had to listen to Dan Feng. This was an order from Ling Xiao. So if Dan Feng did not agree, he could not fight without permission. He took a step forward and looked at Little Devil Beast Sunday. Kid, if you want to fight my brother Ling, you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, there's no way. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast's son looked at Long Chun coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was very angry. Long Chun was only in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare he provoke him? This was too humiliating. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chun was also a person who did not admit defeat. However, when facing Little Devil Beast's son, he immediately entered his human dragon form. He knew that he was no match for Little Devil Beast Sunday. In his human form, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Kill! Little Devil Beast's son raised his right hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. He then smashed it toward Long Chun. Long Chun waved his dragon claws. He did not have any thoughts of retreating and directly faced the attack. Boom! In midair, there was an explosion. Long Chun was smashed into the ground by the staff. Bah! The difference in cultivation is too great. Looks like I have to go all out. Long Chun spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked up to the sky and roared. He directly entered his golden dragon form. Have a taste of my attack. He waved his huge claws toward Little Devil Beast Sunday. The long staff in Little Devil Beast's son's hands instantly became huge. He did not dodge and directly faced the attack. However, this time, he had underestimated Long Chen's golden dragon form. The terrifying power not only broke the long staff, but it also smashed Little Devil Beast's son into the ground. Ah! A furious roar came from the ground. Little Devil Beast's son's body soared into the sky. The beast blood in his body began to boil. His body rapidly changed. He turned into a huge white ape. You're just a white ape, aren't you? You're a real beast. Long Chun looked at the huge white ape in front of him and said in surprise, this was not the power of bloodline. It was a real white ape. The white ape had cultivated into a human form. This scene not only shocked Long Chun, but also the other 7 small saints who had always been on par with Little Devil Beast Sunday. They had thought that Sun Xiao was a human with a bloodline power. They hadn't expected that she was actually a demon beast through and through. Chapter 17:20. Long Chun, come back. When Dan Feng saw Sun, Little Demonic Beast, transform into a white ape, he knew that the situation was bad. Sun, Little Demonic Beast's cultivation was much higher than Long Chen's. After transforming into a white ape, his combat strength increased exponentially. Long Chun was currently in a dangerous situation. Go back. If you can't win, do you want to retreat? Leave me with your life first. Sun, Little Demonic Beast, did not come here to spar with Ling Xiao. His 3 brothers had been killed by Ling Xiao. Today, he came here with great hatred. Now that he had transformed into a white ape, he wanted Long Chen's life. As he roared, he took a step forward and smashed his huge palm toward Long Chen. Long Chen saw that he could not retreat and decided not to. Facing Sun, Little Demonic Beast, he did not show any weakness. He roared and pounced forward. The scene was too shocking. A huge white ape that was 7 to 8 meters tall was fighting with a huge golden dragon. The ground shook, and the surrounding candidates turned pale. Rumble! Rumble! Bam! After continuous collisions, the golden scales on the huge golden dragon fell off piece by piece. Blood dripped from the dragon. As expected, Long Chin was no match for Sun, Little Demonic Beast. He was beaten up badly. However, a golden dragon was a golden dragon. Even with such a huge difference in cultivation, he was not defeated immediately. Instead, he was able to fight back. The white ape's face was also hit by a claw. There were obvious wounds on it. "I'll tear you apart alive." "Son, little demonic beast," roared furiously. He grabbed the golden dragon's head with both hands and wanted to tear it off. Golden dragon extinguish. At the critical moment, the golden dragon spat out a golden dragon extinguish. It was like a hot golden liquid. Although son little demonic beast was unwilling, he could only retreat and dodge. When the scalding golden dragon extinguisher landed on the ground, it instantly burned a deep hole in the ground. Terrifying, as expected of the primordial dragon tribe. He's too strong. He's only at the 4th level of Yin-Yang realm, but he managed to last more than 10 moves against son little demonic beast, who is at the 9th level of Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, even the rest of the 7 small saints could not help but praise Long Chun. He was really tenacious. So what if he's strong? He's still going to die. It's a pity that he's a living dragon. Wang Xiang said disdainfully. Is it a pity? It is said that the golden dragon's blood can be used to temper the body, and its scales can be used to refine magic treasures. Every piece of its body is a treasure. Changshi chuckled. Brother son, don't continue damaging his body. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him if he dies. Zhu Nen shouted at son, little devil. The surrounding crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Sea Academy were truly ferocious. They actually wanted to skin the other party alive. At this moment, Long Chen's vision was a little blurry. His opponent was too strong. He knew that he was no match for him. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. The potential of the golden dragon within his body began to erupt. After being sealed and suppressed for tens of thousands of years, a large amount of potential had been accumulated in their bodies. At the moment when he was about to die, he crazily surged out. Roar! A roar came from Long Chen's mouth. His damaged body began to heal at an accelerated rate. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. This guy actually made the right bet. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng was extremely shocked. On the verge of death, Long Chen actually began to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Brother son, quickly kill that guy. He's breaking through. Wang Xiang shouted. The golden dragon at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm was already so terrifying. If this guy was allowed to break through as well, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. The dragon tribe definitely could not be measured by ordinary martial artists. Son Little Devil also noticed this. He did not care about having an unfair advantage. He was only here to kill. In a flash, his huge body leaped up. Then he clenched his fists and smashed them towards Long Chen's head. Long Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, did not react at all. Dan Feng sighed and finally prepared to make a move. At this moment, he had to make a move. Otherwise, Long Chen would really die. However, at this moment, Changshi suddenly darted out and blocked Dan Feng's path. Just as Dan Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura surging into the clouds behind him. Then, a pitch-black figure flew out from the house. His face lit up with joy, and he stopped rushing over. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had made a move. Moreover, for some reason, Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. When he made a move, there was actually a powerful and violent aura. Scram! The pitiful Chang, she did not even see who flew out. He blocked Ling Xiao's path to save Long Chen. He only felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. It was filled with eeriness and coldness. Then he was so frightened that he turned around and fled in a sorry state. But even so, he still suffered a punch to the back, causing him to be dizzy and seeing stars. His entire body directly fell to the ground like a dog eating feces, and his face was covered in blood. He was actually very lucky. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Long Chun and did not chase after him. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom! White Ape's fists finally smashed down. However, the golden dragon had disappeared. His fists had struck the ground. The power of this punch was really huge. The entire ground was smashed open and almost flipped over. White Ape looked up. In midair, there was a person in snow-white clothes with a cold expression. His somewhat immature face revealed a cold, killing intent and anger. "You are Ling Xiao?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. "You are Sun Little Devil." Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. He had just cultivated in the room when a roar mixed with terrifying inner energy came from outside. Although he was not affected, Cold Plum was injured and unconscious. Although her condition was stable now, she needed the awakening pill to wake her up. The awakening pill was a mid-grade black-grade pill. Although Ling Xiao could refine it, the core ingredients were not easy to find. Now that Ji Luoyu was not by his side, he could only think of a way himself. He planned to go to the market to look at the situation and get some ingredients. However, he found that Long Chun was being beaten up and was in danger. In his rage, he saved Long Chun. However, Ling Xiao still maintained his calm in his rage. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he had a chance of winning against Sun Little Devil, it was not high. It could only be considered a 50-50 chance. Hence, he did not block Sun Little Devil's attack. Instead, he chose to dodge. "That's right. I am Sun Little Devil. You are the one who killed my 3 brothers, right?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't rashly launch an attack. He still couldn't accept Ling Xiao's strange movement technique until now. It was like teleportation. He easily saved the person he wanted to kill. Sun Little Devil's eyes shone with a golden light. This should be some kind of eye technique. The light shone on Ling Xiao. Sun Little Devil was stunned. 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm? He heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 17:21. As expected, Water God's son was right. This guy should be good at hiding his cultivation. Little demonic beast, Sun pondered. Firstly, he didn't think Lu Lian would lie. Secondly, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Sun Yuanji, who was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he determined that Sun Yuanji was hiding his cultivation. Then, the 2 beams of golden light shot towards the others. Other than Dan Feng, who couldn't see through their cultivation, the cultivation of the others was not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Heavenly Empire was indeed a country born on the 2 backward continents. The cultivation of the martial artists couldn't be too strong. As for the 7 small saints, the weakest was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They wouldn't take these people seriously. Ling Xiao naturally knew what little demonic beast's son was thinking. Actually, after coming to the Tianhai Empire, he recognized the reality. Other than him and Dan Feng, who was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, the other people from the Heavenly Empire couldn't compare to the martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. Reaching the 2nd round was their limit. Because of this, he had been looking for ways to increase the cultivation of these people during this period of time. Ji Luoyu's departure was also for this matter. Of course, he also needed to continue to become stronger. There was no doubt about this. Everyone thought that the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire came here to be cannon fodder, but he wanted to stun them. Even the cannon fodder had to counterattack. "You're here for revenge?" Ling Xiao glanced at little demonic beast's son and said, "I remember that when I left the Lu family, I asked someone to tell you not to think about revenge. Otherwise, the 4 rare young geniuses of the Sun family will all die. Huh. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, facing little demonic beast Sun, who had transformed into a white ape, and the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire. This guy was still so arrogant. Was he stupid? Or did he have something to rely on? Little demonic beast Sun's golden eyes were filled with hatred. What a joke! I'm little demonic beast Sun, one of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire, and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Academy. If word gets out, how can I survive? That's better than losing your life, Ling Xiao said indifferently. How arrogant! Little devil beast Sun was furious. Arrogant? The way I see it, you're the ones who are being arrogant. This is the Tower of Heroes. Since you dare to use force here, you should understand that no one will care even if you die. Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the rules of the Tower of Heroes, anyone who issued a challenge here, even if it was just a spar, would be considered a life and death battle. Even if they were killed, no one would pursue the matter. You think you can kill me? Little devil beast Sun sneered. Of course. Ling Xiao said resolutely. Brother Sun, you deal with that Ling Xiao. We brothers will help you eliminate the others. This time, no one from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire should participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. In any case, it would be embarrassing if they participated. Changshi was hit by Ling Xiao's palm. Although it wasn't a serious injury, it seriously hurt his self-esteem. As one of the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean, and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Ocean Sacred Academy, he had always been a revered existence. But here, he was injured by an unknown brat. This loss of face was too great. He had to take revenge. And the best way to take revenge was to kill all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. In any case, there were only 3 people who were a threat in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One was Ling Xiao, one was Dan Feng, and one was Long Chun. Long Chun couldn't fight at all. The remaining 3 people weren't worth mentioning at all. He could wipe them all out by himself. His 2 companions, Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, should have no problem dealing with Dan Feng. Good idea. I'll also join in. Ghost Hand Old Jiu said with a smile, a martial artist from a small Heavenly Dynasty Empire should obediently lie down in the Heavenly Ocean Empire. I really can't stand such arrogance. I'm not playing. It's too boring to bully the weak. Xiao Budian shook his head and said, although he was also one of the 7 small saints, he always acted alone. As for Water God, her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. To her, Ling Xiao was definitely a person who must be killed. However, she didn't say a word. This woman could be considered to be cautious to the extreme. She couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's cultivation, so she planned to wait for Ling Xiao to fight with Sun Little Devil before making a decision. When the battle was about to begin, Lu Lian stood up. Whoever wants to touch my big brother Ling will have to defeat me first. Her current cultivation was not inferior to any of the 7 small saints. Standing in front of Ling Xiao and facing Sun Little Devil, she revealed a determined expression. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Sun Little Devil transformed into a white ape, his personality seemed to have become much more tyrannical. His previous fear of Lu Lian had disappeared. However, although he said that, he did not attack. On the other hand, Wang Xiang, Chang Shi, and Zhu Nan pounced at the few martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire at the same time. Ling Xiao stood there and watched coldly. Although these 3 people were extremely powerful, Dan Feng was even more terrifying, so he was not worried about the result of this battle. Although Feng Minglian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaocong were not strong, the 3 of them could still deal with Chang Shi for dozens of rounds. The only troublesome one was Ghost Hand Old Jiu. However, As long as this guy dared to make a move, Ling Xiao dared to kill him with thunderous means. When the battle began, Ghost Hand Old Jiu temporarily stayed on the sidelines. Wang Xiang and Zhu then attacked Dan Feng. These two people, one had the bloodline of the war elephant, the other had the bloodline of the wild boar. After activating the power of their bloodline, their battle strength was definitely not weak. Chang Shi had the bloodline of the ancient snake. Not only was he cunning, but his internal force also contained poison. Feng Ming Lian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaocong were very careful in dealing with them. The most exciting battle was the one between Dan Feng, Wang Xiang, and Zhu Nan. Dan Feng was fighting 1 against 2, but he was extremely relaxed. His left hand blasted out a palm, and his right hand punched out. At the same time, he collided with Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds rang out. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were actually sent flying backward. They only managed to stabilize themselves after more than 10 meters. One had to know that these two people were extremely sturdy. Wang Xiang's figure was tall and sturdy, while Zhu Nan was extremely fat. The two of them actually lost to Dan Feng in terms of strength. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable. Looks like this person is the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Water God's pupils suddenly contracted as he made a judgment. Ghost Hand Old Jiu was glad that he did not immediately make a move. This Dan Feng gave him a feeling that he was a bit like Water God. Both of them were not to be trifled with. War Elephant Incarnation, Wild Boar Incarnation. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan had suffered a loss, so they naturally would not let it go. Amidst their furious roars, the two of them entered their incarnation state. A huge elephant and a very large wild boar floated in the air, majestic and domineering. The two wild beasts roared and attacked Dan Feng again. Can't see your own strength clearly? How laughable! Dan Feng sighed. Originally, the opponent should have taken the initiative to admit defeat in the first exchange, but they were stubborn. Chapter 17:22. Not everyone was like Ling Xiao, who could face genius martial artists and challenge those of a higher realm. For the vast majority of martial artists, the difference of one realm was huge. Facing Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, Dan Feng couldn't even raise his spirits because his opponents were too weak. Scram! A cold voice came from Dan Feng's mouth, and a weapon appeared in his hand. However, this weapon was extremely strange. It looked like a Taoist horsetail whisk. With a swing of the horsetail whisk, there was the sound of a raging wind in the air. Then, the two huge monster incarnations were blown away like pieces of paper. They landed in the crowd and couldn't get up for a long time. If the Tianhai Empire didn't rely on the superior laws of the mystic world, it really wouldn't be much. You people have been complacent for too long. 7 small saints. In my eyes, you really are nothing. Dan Feng was the martial artist ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. He also had his own pride. How could he be looked down upon by these people? Although Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were indignant, they couldn't do anything. At this time, they couldn't even stand up, let alone continue fighting. Their faces alternated between red and green. They were really depressed. Previously, they had solemnly vowed to kill the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire. However, the battle had only lasted for a short while, and 2 of the 4 beasts had already been defeated. Ah! At this time, Chang Shi also let out a scream. His entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black gas. When he struggled to break free, there was almost no place on his body that was unharmed. He was even more miserable than Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Who ambushed us from behind? Shameless! Chang Shi screamed and shouted at the same time. The one who injured him wasn't Feng Ming Lian, Mou, or Zhu Shaozong. It was a black shadow that suddenly flew out from the courtyard. Cold plum. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw the black shadow clearly. It wasn't Cold Plum herself, but a hideous ghost face. 10,000 ghost banner. Ling Xiao looked into the room. Cold Plum had not woken up, but the 10,000 ghosts banner in her hand kept flashing. It seems that although Cold Plum has fainted, her soul is not asleep. She is still cultivating. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. But even so, the spirit awakening pill is a must. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be in a vegetative state forever. Of course, he had a feeling that Cold Plum's cultivation would improve greatly after she woke up. There was truly a terrifying existence trapped in the myriad ghost banner. So these are the so-called 7 little saints of Tianhai. What an undeserved reputation. Among the crowd, there were also martial artists from other small countries under the rule of the Tianhai Empire. When they saw that 3 of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire were easily defeated by the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, they were somewhat disdainful. How dare you? Who said that? Little Devil Beast's son coldly looked at the crowd. His killing intent was obvious. That's right. So what if I said it? The person who spoke was also a 9th level Yinyang realm martial artist. However, he was not a native of the Tianhai Empire. Instead, he was a martial artist from one of the Tianhai Empire's subordinate countries. However, he also lived in the White Tiger continent. That was why his cultivation could reach such a level. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast's son suddenly went berserk. His huge white ape body charged toward that person. That person used to be fearful of the 7 small saints. However, when he saw that 3 of the 7 small saints were easily defeated, he was filled with disdain. Therefore, this time, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. However, the moment the 2 of them came into contact, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. The terrifying white ape's punch was too powerful for him to block. Crack! He felt that his arms were fractured. Then his ribs shattered. Terrifying pain and intense fear filled his entire body. I'm finished. At that moment, that was the only word that came to his mind. However, Little Devil Beast's son did not care about that person's fear. His punch continued until the poor 9th level Yinyang realm martial artist was smashed into a meat patty. Silence. Dead silence. The crowd was terrified. So, this was the true strength of the 7 small saints. Was it not because they were too weak, but because the Celestial Empire's martial artists were too strong? They did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would anger Little Devil Beast's son and become the second sacrifice in his hands. However, Little Devil Beast's son did not look at them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. Celestial Empire's emperor, do you dare to fight me one-on-one to the death? Perhaps it was because he had just killed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yinyang realm that his confidence had multiplied. He became even more ambitious when he faced Ling Xiao. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. You'll be laughed at. Don't make it sound so dignified. To put it bluntly, aren't you just afraid of Miss Lu? If you can be afraid of a woman, why can't I rely on a woman to protect me? Who's the one being laughed at? Ling Xiao said in disdain. Since Lu Lian was here, he had to change his plan. He would first go to the market to buy the herbs to refine the awakening pill. Revenge could be put aside. Saving people was more important. Therefore, he did not care about Little Devil Beast's son's provocation. Anyway, he would have to kill this guy sooner or later. Are you afraid? You're afraid because you saw how easily I killed that 9th level Yinyang realm martial artist? Little Devil Beast's son mocked. How old are you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. 20, little devil beast, son, said proudly. Being one of the 7 minor saints at the age of 20 was something to be proud of. Therefore, he answered straightforwardly. Ha! You're at the 9th level Yinyang realm and 3 years older than me. I really don't know what you're so proud of in front of me. If you give me 3 years, I'll be more than 10 times stronger than you. Genius? You're just a piece of trash. At this point, Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to Little Devil Beast Sunday. Instead, he looked at Lu Lian and smiled. Miss Lu, I'll have to trouble you and Dan Feng to protect the courtyard first. I have some matters to take care of in the market. Of course. Lu Lian nodded. To her, Ling Xiao had a favor to ask of her. This was a reward for her. Thank you. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. However, Xiao Budian, Old Ghost Hand, and Water God's child blocked his path. Why? Do you want to gang up on me? Ling Xiao sneered. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Although my heavenly demon cult has a grudge with you, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to see your strength. Why don't you fight with Little Devil Beast Son and broaden my horizons? Xiao Budian giggled. Same. Water Shensi said indifferently. Her words were a little insincere. Xiao Budian was speaking the truth. However, Water Shensi wanted to see Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao left without a fight, wouldn't her trip be in vain? Little Devil Beast Son caught up and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Today, you have to fight whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Chapter 17:23. After saying that, Sun Little Magic Beast did not care about what Ling Xiao was doing. His terrifying white ape body jumped over and smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. The terrifying killing intent caused the candidates to retreat. That terrifying punch from Little Demonic Beast's son just now was still vivid in their minds. This guy clearly wanted to force Ling Xiao to fight. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao intended to end the battle quickly. His cold eyes revealed a shocking, murderous intent. A huge golden crow appeared behind him. Fusion. Golden crow incarnation. His body merged with the golden crow, and a bird's cry came from the void. In the sky, the rays of the red sun shone down and merged into the golden crow's body. Ling Xiao's golden crow incarnation released a shocking light, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Sun Little Magic Beast felt that he was not pouncing on a person, but a sun. That blazing energy made him feel as if his body was about to melt. That moment of hesitation doomed him to be beaten. Fury of the Golden Crow. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body flickered, and a glaring light turned into a flying arrow that shot towards the huge white ape's body. The blazing air swept through the entire courtyard, and everyone felt the terrifying heat. The nearby plants were burning because of it. The flames rose, and the air seemed to be completely burned. Sun Little Magic Beast suddenly woke up and hurriedly waved his fists to block. He did not expect that his moment of hesitation would be used by his opponent. Boom! The blazing light collided with the white ape's arm. The terrifying heat instantly attacked Sun Little Magic Beast's body. He screamed in horror and turned around to retreat. Godly light travel. Under the Golden Crow incarnation, Ling Xiao used the godly light travel. Not only was his speed terrifying, but anything that touched the blazing heat would instantly melt. His speed was extremely fast. Sun Little Magic Beast could only escape in a hurry. He did not even have time to counterattack. Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Damn it! Sun Little Magic Beast had never encountered such a depressing battle. It wasn't that he couldn't block his opponent, but that he simply didn't have the time to accumulate his strength. Ling Xiao's attacks came one after another at an astonishing speed. Every time, he could only react hastily. Of course, this was also Ling Xiao's tactic. Ling Xiao knew that if he were to face the enemy head-on, he would only have a 50% chance of defeating Sun Xiao magical beast. Because he was in a hurry to go to the market to buy medicinal herbs, he couldn't afford to waste any time. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, this was the only way. From the beginning, he had to pursue and attack fiercely, not giving the other party any chance. Tyrant Earth Fist, little devil beast Sun, knew that he couldn't continue to run away. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Seizing a gap, he unleashed a ferocious fist technique and blasted a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was launched at the risk of being injured, because he had no other choice. If he wasn't injured, he could only keep running. This guy was quite decisive. Rumble! The sound of collision rang out again. High temperatures rushed out once again. However, this time, Sun Little Magic Beast Sun's arms were actually protected by layers of yellow earth. The heat couldn't penetrate at all. Therefore, Sun Little Magic Beast Sun didn't retreat this time. He heaved a sigh of relief and was about to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Unless the cultivator, who was suppressed by him, was much stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to regain the upper hand. 500 Heavenly Earth Empress Earth Cell Explosion. The power of the Heavenly Earth Empress swept out from his body and poured into the Golden Crow incarnation. The originally terrifying impact suddenly contained an extremely powerful force. This change was really too fast. Sun, Little Magic Beast Sun, was completely caught off guard. His huge white ape body was directly blasted out and broke several trees in succession. In the end, he crashed into a wall before coming to a stop. This attack blasted Sun, Little Magic Beast Sun, until he was dizzy. However, before he could stand up, he realized that Ling Xiao's figure was attacking him again. Sun, Little Magic Beast Sun, is suppressed by his opponent. It's impossible for him to turn the tables around. Looks like whoever wants to defeat Ling Xiao has to attack fiercely from the start. They can't give him any chance. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Xiao Budian smiled happily when he saw this. Although this battle was said to be one-sided, it was very interesting to watch. However, at least to him, this was definitely a battle of wisdom and strength. It was very interesting. Water God's eyes were cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Lian's beautiful eyes moved around. Her understanding of Ling Xiao had obviously improved. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fearless when facing Sun, Little Magic Beast Sunday. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew that if Sun, Little Magic Beast Sun had come a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The reason why he could suppress his opponent now was that his cultivation had just broken through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His overall strength had increased by a large margin. Xiao Budian, you've underestimated Sun, Little Magic Beast. Not only is he a white ape, but he also has a martial soul. Ghost Hand Old Jiu was indeed an expert in information. He knew more about the two people on the battlefield than anyone else present. Just as he finished speaking, a long staff that shone with an earthen yellow glow appeared behind the white ape. The rod looked like a clay sculpture. However, it was covered with various special patterns. It looked very strange. Black tortoise rod. White ape roared. The long rod behind him suddenly smashed out, and a black tortoise statue appeared in the air. The energy around his body was completely integrated into the strong wind of the long staff wrapping around Ling Xiao. Black tortoise rod, martial soul. It's a weapon type martial soul. I haven't seen Sun Little Magic Beast use his martial soul in a battle for a long time. This time, he's dead for sure. Changshi endured the intense pain and sneered as he looked over. However, the rest of the people had different thoughts. Ling Xiao was able to force Sun Little Magic Beast to use his martial soul that he hadn't used for a long time. It was enough to show how powerful he was. However, they didn't dare to recklessly judge Ling Xiao's cultivation level. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, who knew if it was his real cultivation level? Are you the only one with a martial soul? Today, I'll show you what a real martial soul is. When Ling Xiao saw the black tortoise rod coming towards him, he knew that other than using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had no other way to block the attack. He could defend himself. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to suppress his opponent. In the end, it would become a tug of war. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Only the Sky Tyrant martial soul could allow him to continue suppressing Sun Little Magic Beast and end the battle quickly. Of course, there were many ways to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao would choose a more subtle way. Chapter 1724. Sky Tyrant, Ancient Golden Crow. In the dark universe, a dot of light suddenly flashed. It was as fast as a meteor and as fast as lightning. This light released an ancient and everlasting aura. When it got closer, it was a huge golden crow. The golden crow pierced through the dark universe and charged towards Sun Little Demonic Beast, who was holding the black tortoise staff. In the eyes of other martial artists, this vast universe was like an independent space. It was dark, cold, and filled with immense pressure. Being in this place, it was as if one was being swallowed by something. What martial soul is this? Water God looked at this scene in shock. He had never seen such a martial soul before. Not only him, but even Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, and the rest were shocked. Ling Xiao possessed many martial spirits, but this was the only one they had never seen before. It was so powerful and so mysterious. However, why did it feel like this martial soul was not complete? Could it be that Ling Xiao was hiding something? That was what everyone thought. However, this did not affect Ling Xiao's attack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul that he released only had the Sky Tyrant universe and nothing else. Therefore, it was very different from the Mountain River martial soul. Basically, it was impossible for it to be related to the Mountain River martial soul. Even if they had doubts, they could not verify it. Kill. Sun Little Demonic Beast was also shocked. However, at this moment, he had no way out. The white ape waved the black tortoise staff in his hand and smashed it down. Boom, boom, boom. The black tortoise staff and the Sky Tyrant golden crow collided continuously, producing shocking roars. The energy spread in all directions, and the space shook. The black tortoise staff could not withstand the terrifying heat and power of the Sky Tyrant golden crow. After 4 or 5 collisions, it burned and turned into ashes. Chirp! The golden crow let out a loud chirp. Its light was even more dazzling, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed in gold. Then, it pounced on the white ape and waved its huge claws, wanting to completely destroy the white ape. Diamond Body! At the critical moment, Sun Little Demonic Beast roared, and his body suddenly changed. It was as if he had turned into a white ape made of diamond. He stood there motionless. However, the golden crow's claws could not cause any damage. Your defense is pretty good, but it's a pity that you're just a target now. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow spread its wings, and a blazing star appeared in the vast universe. This star was connected to the red sun in the sky. It seemed to absorb the heat of the red sun and provide it to the gold crow. The temperature of the golden crow's body became even more terrifying. Sun Little Magic Beast's diamond body began to show signs of melting. Not enough. Give me some true Samadhi fire. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow's body suddenly burst into flames. It was the true Samadhi fire, one of the 12 divine fires that Ling Xiao had obtained in the heavenly dragon continent. Compared to the hell, dragon fire, and death dark flames. Although it did not have any special characteristics, its temperature was extremely high. Ah! A mournful scream came from the mouth of the white ape. Sun Zhao's diamond body could withstand most attacks, but in the end, it could not withstand the burning of the divine fire and the attack of the high temperature. He screamed and tried to turn around and run away. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? Child of Shadow, bind. A pitch-black shadow pounced forward and stretched out many tentacles, firmly entangling Sun Little Demonic Beast. Sun Xiao would be able to break free from such a bind after a while. However, this little bit of time was enough for Ling Xiao to launch an even fiercer attack. Sky Tyrant Golden Crow, Sky Sun Claw. The sharp claws seized that moment and ruthlessly clawed at the white ape's body. Together, with the terrifying power of the Queen of Heaven's Earth from the 500 Queen of Heaven's Earth cells, this claw directly sent the white ape flying. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sun Xiao, who was sent flying, thought that he could use this opportunity to escape. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would take advantage of him and arrive on top of him at a speed faster than he was sent flying. Shadows were released from his body, and once again they tightly entangled him. He was unable to move. Ling Xiao's golden crow avatar was above him. Its terrifying claws were burning with shocking light and flames. Boom! Ah! The claws directly smashed down. Although the white ape's body was tough, it was still directly pierced through. The horrifying wound was extremely eye-catching. Sun Xiao, who was bleeding profusely, was blasted to the ground. He looked extremely miserable. Everyone stared blankly at the scene of the battle. They could not believe that Sun Xiao had been brutally beaten by Ling Xiao from the beginning to the end. The 7 small saints of Tianhai were unable to resist at all in front of Ling Xiao. Even after releasing the powerful black tortoise staff martial soul, he still could not resist Ling Xiao's mysterious and terrifying martial soul. Die! Ling Xiao did not want to let Sun Xiao, who was severely injured, go. A heavy blow from the sky landed on the ground. At this moment, Sun Xiao was lying there. He no longer had the strength to move. His body was covered in blood. His expression was dispirited. He could barely open his eyes. However, there was extreme fear and despair in his eyes. The dignified little magic beast's son had originally come here to avenge his 3 brothers, but looking at his miserable appearance now, it was actually worse than Sun Yuanji and the others. How savage! He actually wants to kill little devil beast's son. The crowd looked at this scene in astonishment. Sun Xiao was one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He was one of the outstanding disciples of the Tianhai Sacred Institution. If he really killed him, the grudge between Ling Xiao and the Tianhai Sacred Institution would be completely formed. Was he really not afraid? He has no strength to fight back. Can you stop now? A voice came from the crowd. It was powerful and majestic, with an unquestionable tone. Ling Xiao turned around to take a look. This person was wearing a crown and a long golden robe. He stood there like a king. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They looked at this person in awe. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, the strongest disciple of the Tianhai Sacred Institution. He actually appeared. Senior brother, save me! Sun Xiao let out a miserable cry. When he saw Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, he seemed to see hope. Don't worry. With me here, he won't dare to kill you. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon said lightly. He had no intention of attacking at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had to listen to his words. It was as if his words were more important than an imperial edict. Little Devil Beast's son also thought so. In the entire Tianhai Empire, except for the 4 heroes of Tianhai, there was no warrior under the age of 30 who dared to disrespect Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. Ha ha, Ling Xiao, you better stop. Otherwise, if you offend my senior brother, you won't be able to escape. Sun Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Chapter 1725. Idiot! Ling Xiao smirked coldly. Then, the claw that he had been accumulating finally struck out. Stop! The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon was no longer as calm as before. He suddenly attacked, and a terrifying sword chi shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to give up his attack. Although the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon blocked the attack, it was undoubtedly humiliating. Everyone could see that the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon wanted to use his authority to make Ling Xiao submit, but he had no choice but to stop him in the end. The moment he made a move, it was considered a loss of face. Ling Xiao floated in the air and looked coldly at the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon on the ground. This person was indeed one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai City. His cultivation was terrifying, and he seemed to have a way to hide his cultivation. Even Lin Fan's Tai Chi, I could not see through him. However, the attack just now should be at least at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Fan was no match for him. The gap was too big. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he could only save his life. It was impossible for him to win. Didn't you hear what I said? The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon looked at Ling Xiao furiously. How dare someone not give him face? So what if I heard you? Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to what you say? Ling Xiao looked at the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon. He had no intention of backing down. You're courting death. The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon's face was extremely gloomy. You can try. Ling Xiao had something to rely on, so he was not afraid of the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon. After all, the butterfly lady in his mountain river world was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. No matter how strong the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon was, it was definitely not a match for the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady's strength was always 10 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. She was also Ling Xiao's greatest reliance. Of course, he would not use the butterfly lady in most situations. After all, every time the butterfly lady fought, he would lose more than half of his spiritual stones and treasures. This little girl's appetite was too terrifying. Even he could not afford to feed her. However, when it came to a matter of life and death, he couldn't care less. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. Facing one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, the Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, this Ling Xiao was actually not afraid at all. What kind of courage was this? Good. Very good. The Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. You are truly courageous. I can give you a chance. Receive a palm strike from me. If you don't die, then today's matter will be written off. When the White Tiger Storm meet begins, the disciples of the Tianhai Sacred Academy will absolutely not cause trouble for you. How about that? Senior brother, kill him! Little Devil Beast's son shouted at the top of his lungs. But because he pulled at his wound, he was in so much pain that he kept coughing up blood. You think I don't want to kill him? Have you forgotten the rules of the White Tiger meet? In order to protect the other geniuses, the Tianhai Empire has set a rule that we can only use one move in private battles. If there are any more than that, they will be disqualified from the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend said telepathically. Little devil beast Sun froze for a moment and suddenly remembered this rule. It was said that this rule had been set down 10 years ago. The primary reason was that one of the 4 prodigies of the Tian Hai Empire had gone on a killing spree in the Hall of Heroes, killing all the other candidates except the other 3 prodigies. This had caused a great deal of panic. After all, although some of these geniuses were still not very strong, it was only because they were young. If they were all killed, it would be a massive blow to the Tian Hai Empire. Ever since then, this rule had been set down. Unless it was in self-defense, the 4 prodigies of the Tian Hai Empire could only use one move against other martial artists. But even if it was only one move, the vast majority of martial artists would not be able to take it. The Tian Hai Empire relied on this rule to determine whether a person had the right to be called a genius. Live, and you would be protected. Die, and you would be completely forgotten. Not interested. Ling Xiao shook his head. You're afraid? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend jeered. Afraid of you? Ling Xiao disdainfully said. If you can touch me, it'll be your win. But this bet is too much of a joke. How about this? If you can touch me in one move, I'll let that trash go. If you can't touch me, your Tian Hai Sacred Academy can't make trouble for me or the Heavenly Empire's martial artists before the White Tiger Tempest meet begins. Moreover, that trash must die. How about it? Are you looking down on me? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's expression darkened. No 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist had ever dared to speak to him like this. If he couldn't even touch this person, then his title as one of the 4 prodigies of the Tian Hai Empire would be lost. Looking down on you? Ha ha! You can think whatever you want. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked. Nonsense! Why wouldn't I dare? Just don't regret it. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend coldly said. A man keeps his word, not to mention that I am the celestial emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Ling Xiao indifferently said, You've got guts. As the sacred sword of Wind Fiend spoke, a terrifying aura began to surge out. A sacred sword flashing with white light suddenly appeared in his right hand. There was no referee. All the spectating martial artists were referees. Without a referee, the sacred sword of Wind Fiend could attack at any time. This was actually a great challenge for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was fearless. He had thought about it. If each of the 4 great empires, and the Zhengyi school had 4 young experts like the 4 prodigies of the Tian Hai Empire, then there would be 20 of them. If the outstanding geniuses of the 4 great empires' affiliated countries were included, then the number would definitely climb to nearly 30. To be honest, if Ling Xiao couldn't rank in the top 2, or even first among the martial artists of the Tian Hai Empire, then he probably wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 30 of the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was very powerful, but this was a very good test for him. Whether he could dodge the opponent's attack when there was a huge disparity in cultivation was very important to his survival. Of course, more importantly, from now until the start of the White Tiger meet, he would be free from the harassment of the Tian Hai Holy Court and have more time to cultivate. This way, his cultivation could continue to break through. Therefore, to him, this attack was something he had to face. Ling Xiao stood there. He had already reverted to his original form and put away his tyrant martial soul. Then, he coldly looked at the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. His Taiji eye sped up, carefully capturing all of the sacred sword of Wind Fiend's movements. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend didn't attack for a long time, but the light of the sacred sword in his hand became brighter and more dazzling, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. This sword wasn't a magic treasure, but a sword of origin power condensed from powerful yin and yang origin power. It was a sword of sacred light. He didn't move, but Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. 500 Imperial Earth Queen cells bloomed in his body. The power of the Imperial Earth Queen surged into his body, making ample preparations for this dodge. He didn't dare to underestimate the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. He didn't even dare to dodge the opponent's attack. Chapter 1726. Kill. All of a sudden, the sacred sword of the Wind Demon roared and moved at an extreme speed. The sacred sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a blinding white light was released, causing everyone to lose their vision. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to be fatal to an ordinary person. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi played a key role at this moment. Through the blinding white light, he determined the direction of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Hence, his body suddenly flashed and dodged to the side. He was very confident in his own speed. Flashing light god technique, combined with body of light, was inhumanly fast. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that the attack that he had dodged was still coming at him. What's going on? Ling Xiao was shocked, but he saw the sacred sword of the Wind Demon sneer disdainfully. You think you can dodge my attack because you're fast and have good movement skills? You're too naive. A strange mirror appeared behind the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. This mirror had 10 sides, and in each side there was a sacred sword of the Wind Demon. What a strange martial soul. This is the first time I've seen it. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his face was very calm. At this moment, the white light had dissipated. The crowd was shocked to see this strange situation. The 4 heroes of Tianhai are indeed the 4 heroes of Tianhai. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon is too strong. It doesn't matter how fast you are or how good your movement skills are. Water Shensi muttered to herself, feeling jealous. However, everyone agreed with what she said. Shadow step, shadow body. Ling Xiao changed his move again, turning into a dark shadow and hiding in the darkness. However, it was still useless. The strange mirror emitted a strange light, and nothing in the space could hide from it. You'd better accept your fate. You don't stand a chance against my martial soul. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon sneered disdainfully. From the moment you made such a request, I knew that you must be a martial artist who specializes in movement skills and speed. However, I still agreed to it because I have enough confidence to suppress you. Who knows the outcome until the end? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I'll let you experience the true terror of my martial spirit. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was infuriated by Ling Xiao's stubbornness. He didn't change his move, so this was still considered one move. However, his martial spirit flew out from his back and suddenly enlarged, trapping Ling Xiao inside. Standing inside the martial soul, Ling Xiao could feel the strangeness and terror of this martial soul. It was said that there was an ambush from all sides. Ling Xiao was really being ambushed from all sides. The 10 mirrors stabbed out at the same time, making it impossible for him to dodge. Seeing this, little demon beast's son was a bit excited. Great! From the looks of it, that brat won't be able to withstand one move from senior brother. The 4 heroes of Tianhai truly live up to their reputation. In fact, he had always been unconvinced by the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but today he was completely submissive. How could Ling Xiao dodge? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. They stared at Ling Xiao in the mirror, but at this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be motionless. It's over. It seems that Ling Xiao is at his wit's end. Amoyu looked at Dan Feng anxiously and said, Dan Feng, think of a way, or he will die. Don't worry. Since Ling Xiao dared to accept this challenge, he must have the ability. To be honest, even Dan Feng didn't believe such words. But at this moment he could only watch because he was no match for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend and couldn't help Ling Xiao. In this battle, even if it was just one move, Ling Xiao could only rely on himself. Humph, sacred sword of Wind Fiend, your tricks should end now. Suddenly, Ling Xiao in the mirror snorted, his eyes revealing a cold light. Your martial spirit needs light to work, but what if there is no light at all? What? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through the biggest flaw of his martial spirit in such a short time. So what? In this world, no one can create a space without any light. Not even the sovereigns can. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's confidence was reignited. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but used reality to give the sacred sword of Wind Fiend a huge slap. Universe of domination, endless darkness. It was truly the descent of darkness. No one could see anything, and they could only sense the situation of the battlefield through their souls. The moment the darkness descended, the figures in the mirror all disappeared, and the sacred sword of Wind Fiend's attack was completely disintegrated. This is a world of darkness. There is no need for any light. Ling Xiao's voice was dignified and mighty, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. In the next moment, the darkness finally disappeared, and Ling Xiao appeared there, unharmed. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with great shock. The martial spirit that he was so proud of had been broken so easily. This was something that even Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, and Mu Wanchuang couldn't do, but this Ling Xiao did it. He felt like his confidence had been shattered, and he was on the verge of collapsing, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. This blow was too big for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. The martial spirit that he thought was invincible had been broken so easily by a warrior from the Sky Dragon continent. This was worse than death. Seen your brother lost. Sun Little Demon's face was ashen. It wasn't really a loss, but he had lost the bet, and he had lost his life. 18 Hell Talisman. Keep. Ling Xiao didn't look at the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but used the 18 Hell Talisman to keep Sun Little Demon. He didn't have much confidence in killing Sun Little Demon directly. It was difficult to kill a demonic beast that had gained intelligence and was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Blood Soul Talisman was the best way to kill them. What's more, Ling Xiao needed to refine the yin-yang energy of these powerful enemies to increase his cultivation. This was even more beneficial than demon cores. Kill. Suddenly, the ashen-faced sacred sword of Wind Fiend charged at Ling Xiao like a madman. He had really gone crazy. In his opinion, only by killing Ling Xiao could he continue to be invincible. Ling Xiao was his inner demon. If he didn't get rid of him, he would be restricted by this person in the future. Ling Xiao frowned, and the butterfly lady in the mountain river world received his thoughts. At this critical moment, his greatest reliance was the butterfly lady. Once the butterfly lady appeared, the sacred sword of Wind Fiend would definitely die. Unfortunately, he didn't plan on using the butterfly lady's power here. Just as he made up his mind to use the butterfly lady, the sky seemed to explode, and a pitch-black sword light fell from the sky, separating Ling Xiao from the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. Have you forgotten the rules set by the Tianhai Empire so quickly? A dignified voice came from the sky. Chapter 1727. In the sky, 3 black-clothed martial artists stood there, their faces completely obscured, their voices cold and awe-inspiring. This sword truly gave Ling Xiao a fright. This attack was truly terrifying, much stronger than the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Just who were these black-clothed men? He was perplexed, but one thing was certain: these fellows were likely martial artists raised by the Tianhai Empire's imperial family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared at this time. The demon crocodile guard. The sacred sword of the wind demon shivered as he looked at these three, instantly coming to his senses. He hurriedly put away the sacred sword and retreated. The three black-clothed men nodded. One of them looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Little demonic beast son is one of the Tianhai Empire's 7 little saints. He has a powerful cultivation and is rather talented. I hope you can spare his life. And if I don't..." Ling Xiao knew that these three were very powerful, but he couldn't bow his head. However, his words gave the other martial art candidates a fright. The demon crocodile guard was the true trump card of the Tianhai Empire. Even if they offended the Tianhai Holy Academy, no one dared to offend the demon crocodile guard. Was Ling Xiao crazy? "You probably don't know who we are for you to be so rude." The man continued, "The Tianhai imperial family has a sharp blade and a shield. The shadow crocodile guard is that sharp blade, and we, the demon crocodile guard, are that shield. We are also the imperial family's strongest fighting force." "So what?" Ling Xiao retorted. "Do you know the consequences of offending us?" The man coldly asked, his attitude extremely arrogant. "I, Ling Xiao, came to the Tianhai Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet, not to offend the Tianhai imperial family. But someone came here to kill me. Do you expect me to let him go?" Ling Xiao coldly asked. "Letting you go is giving you face. Otherwise, we would have taken him away. And if we hadn't intervened, you would have already died at the hands of the sacred sword of the wind demon." The black-clothed man continued, "What big words. You can try and see if you can take him away." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the three black-clothed men in the sky. He hated it when people threatened him. His words caused the three black-clothed men to hesitate. Actually, the order they received was only to prevent the sacred sword of Wind Fiend from breaking the rules. This was because anyone who violated the rules would be barred from participating in the White Tiger meet. This would be a huge loss to the Sky Sea Empire. Everyone knew that the royal family could not go back on their word. Otherwise, their foundation would be unstable. However, the three of them acted on their own accord. They thought that Ling Xiao owed them a favor and wanted Ling Xiao to release Little Devil Beast's son. They originally thought that this matter was a matter of course, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao did not fall for their trick at all. The three of them were now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. They didn't know what to do. Acting on your own, you deserve to be humiliated. Come back. Just as the three men in black were in a dilemma and did not know what to do, a thunderous voice came from the direction of the imperial palace. It was about a mile away, but the sound was very loud. Many people could tell that this voice came from the head of Heavenly Ocean's 4 greats, Heavenly Ocean tyranny. The voice was domineering and dignified. "Understood, Your Highness." No matter how humiliated the three of them were, they had to listen to the orders of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, they would not be able to endure that person's temper. "Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend, you failed to kill your opponent in one move. Look at you. To be called one of Heavenly Ocean's 4 greats with you is truly a disgrace to this Crown Prince. Go back and think about it. Until the White Tiger meet, you are not allowed to come out and humiliate yourself." Next, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny began to reprimand Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend. He scolded Sacred Sword of Heavenly Ocean's 4 greats like a grandson. However, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend did not dare to say anything. He only nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. "Kid, before the White Tiger meet, it's best if you don't die. At the White Tiger meet, I will show you my power." After saying this, he turned and left. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice did not come again. It was as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. However, inside the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny issued an order. Investigate. Turn this Ling Xiao upside down. I want all of his information. As the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny did not wish for any variables to occur in his future plans. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's appearance made him a little worried. In the past, he had supported Phoenix Cry Mountain in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was almost like a shadow of his. He had originally thought that he could easily take over the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the end, this Ling Xiao had turned the tables. He had always been brooding over this. Thus, he definitely did not want to make the same mistake a second time. If possible, he would personally kill this Ling Xiao. After Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend left, Ling Xiao did not stay. He informed Dan Feng and Lu Lian to help look after the villa, and then went to the market alone. The geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire looked at each other, their hearts filled with disgust. 3 of the 4 ferocious beasts had been injured, and 1 had been killed. The 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean were now only 6. Even more ridiculous was that Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend, one of the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean, had not been able to kill Ling Xiao. Instead, he had almost been driven mad. How vexing! The Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses all had their eyes on top of their heads. They did not even spare a glance for the Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses and affiliated countries. However, today's battle had truly caused them to lose face. Water God coldly glanced at Ling Xiao's departing figure, gritted her teeth, and then followed. Ling Xiao's performance today had indeed shocked her. However, as the strongest young martial artist of Water God Temple, she bore the burden of Water God Temple's blood debt. Thus, no matter what, she had to kill Ling Xiao. And she believed that her only chance was now. If Ling Xiao was given more time, perhaps even she would not be Ling Xiao's opponent. Let's go too. Chang Shi and the others did not dare to stay. Now that Sun Little demonic beast had been killed, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend had left, and the 3 of them were heavily injured. If Ling Xiao came back, the 3 of them would be in trouble. As for Ghost Hand Old Jiu, he had already quietly left. This person was really good at protecting himself. If he had also taken action before, he would probably have become one of the many injured martial artists. Very interesting. Let's meet again at the White Tiger meet. Although Ling Xiao and you, oh right, you're called Dan Feng, right? Although the 2 of you are not bad, the others are still too weak. Xiao buddy and giggled, as if he did not care about what had happened today. He treated everything as if he was watching a show. In the midst of his laughter, he turned around and soared into the sky. Although he was very small, his movements were very confident. In an instant, the spectating martial artists in the courtyard had all left. See, this is the Heavenly Ocean Empire. We are still far from it. Dan Feng's expression was very serious. Although he had defeated Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, don't forget that he was the #1 expert on the Dragon Phoenix list. This was not something to be proud of. Chapter 1728. Dan Feng had no chance of winning against the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Even against Water God, he only had a 50% chance of winning. And right now, he was the strongest person in the Heavenly Empire. If this situation continued, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to obtain a ranking in the White Tiger Storm meet. I'm not trying to discourage you, but in reality, apart from Tianhai tyranny, the Tianhai Empire's martial artists are the weakest among the 4 great empires and Zhengyi School. Dan Feng continued. The Zhengyi School, the White Tiger Empire, the Yueling Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, and the Tianhai Empire. This is the correct ranking of strength. If we can't even enter the top 10 of the Tianhai Empire, then we will really be cannon fodder at the White Tiger Storm meet. He said this mainly because he was afraid that some people would become arrogant. After all, their battle record today was quite good. Only by recognizing the gap could one face difficulties head-on. Dan Feng didn't dare to demand that everyone's cultivation be the same as his, but at the very least, it would be enough if they all improved on the day of the White Tiger storm meet. I'm going back to cultivate. Mou turned and left. I'm going back too. Zhu Xiaocong and Feng Minglian left one after another. The pressure in their hearts was truly great. After watching today's battle, it could be said that their desire to cultivate had been completely aroused. Long Chun was still in his dragon form, the energy in his body constantly attacking the seal that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. This guy might become the third trump card besides me, and Ling Xiao. Dan Feng glanced at Long Chun, then sat down cross-legged. He had to stay here and cultivate while protecting Long Chun. After all, Long Chun didn't have any combat strength before he finished cultivating. On the other side, the 2C race martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent were also very restless. They had been chosen to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet for the sole purpose of killing Ling Xiao. However, after witnessing Ling Xiao's performance today, the two of them instantly lost their confidence. Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as Dan Feng. Their cultivation was too weak. This was the biggest disadvantage of the Tianhai Empire martial artists. They had to continue improving. So this time, not only did he have to buy the ingredients for the Spirit Awakening pill, but he also had to find a map of a secret realm. The White Tiger continent probably had many more secret realms than the Dragon Phoenix continent, and the quality would definitely be higher as well. If he could find such a secret realm, then perhaps it would not be difficult to increase his cultivation. Even though he was already very strong, he was still not satisfied. After all, he had to consider using the Butterfly Lady against the Wind Fiend Sacred Sword. This was a humiliation to him. He didn't want that. Moreover, using the Butterfly Lady once would consume a lot of energy. If two powerful existences, like the Wind Demon Sacred Sword, appeared, then wouldn't he be dead for sure? Therefore, the key was still his own strength. Sky Sea City's largest trading market was many times more bustling than Divine Phoenix Capital City. Regardless of whether it was the stalls on both sides of the street or the dazzling lineup of shops, they were all dazzling. Walking in the bazaar, Ling Xiao was thinking about his goal this time. The first was definitely the Spirit Awakening pill. That was the most important thing. The second was the map of the secret realm. It would be best if he had it, but if he didn't, he couldn't force it. The third was the fledgling dragon pill to be consumed with the Big Dipper earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Malatang. This fledgling dragon pill was a high-grade profound pill. Actually, back in the Dragon Phoenix continent, Ling Xiao had already planned to refine it. However, he didn't have the materials, and his cultivation didn't meet the requirements. Now that he came to the White Tiger continent, he naturally had to give it a try. The fledgling dragon pill was a pill that stimulated a martial artist's potential. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. After consuming it, it could greatly stimulate a martial artist's body, inner strength, and soul potential. Even though it couldn't directly increase cultivation, it could make it easier. If it was consumed with the Big Dipper earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Malatang, the effect would naturally be better. Currently, there was basically no need to worry about the materials for the Spirit Awakening pill. Even though many of the materials were very precious with the development of Sky Sea City's bazaar, as long as one had enough spirit stones, there was no need to worry about not being able to buy them. However, the fledgling dragon pill required an extremely precious material, and that was the dragon blood grass. The dragon blood grass was the key medicinal herb to complement the fledgling dragon blood. It definitely couldn't be lacking. Otherwise, normal martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand the fledgling blood's might. As for the fledgling dragon blood, it wasn't a problem to Ling Xiao. He raised a group of dragons under him who concealed their identities. Before coming to the White Tiger continent, those people voluntarily donated some blood. Anyway, it wouldn't cause harm to the body. To them, this didn't count for much. However, Ling Xiao was still very grateful to them. After all, looking at the entire mystic world, the only person who could obtain this fledgling dragon blood was probably him, Ling Xiao. After all, before he rescued Long Chun and the rest, the dragon clan was basically already declared extinct. He did not go to the roadside stalls to search, but directly went to the shops to inquire. Ordinary precious medicinal herbs were very rarely encountered at roadside stalls. Unless it was a martial artist with special needs who would use medicinal herbs to exchange for medicinal herbs or medicinal pills. Otherwise, it was safer in the shops. Walking down this round, the Spirit Awakening Pills materials were all gathered and could be refined at any time. However, the Mystic Realms map, this sort of thing, was still without any news. Thinking about it, Mystic Realms map, who would easily take it out and give it to others. If there was, that person would definitely use it himself first. Also, he did not find the dragon blood grass, which greatly disappointed him. One had to know that he was originally very confident in the Sky Sea Cities market. Friend, do you have any requests? Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave to refine the Spirit Awakening pill for Cold Plum to consume, a voice called out to him. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation of about the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was exactly the same cultivation as Ling Xiao's current appearance. That's right, do you have a way? Ling Xiao asked. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I can tell you a good place that will definitely let you get what you want. The middle-aged man chuckled. Here you go. Lead the way. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, although he also doubted whether the middle-aged man was telling the truth. How would he know if he didn't try? Anyway, the middle-aged man could not escape from his grasp. If he dared to trick him, he would let the middle-aged man know his power. However, it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. Although the middle-aged man looked a little wretched, he really had to do things after taking the money. He brought Ling Xiao to a place. This is a free market specially opened by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Anyone can set up a stall here to sell their goods. Of course, the majority of the people who come here want to barter. If you need anything, you can take out your own valuable items and trade with them. The middle-aged man pointed to a huge square, which was actually filled with stalls. Every stall was different in size, but basically, there was a martial artist sitting cross-legged in front of each stall. Some of them even had a banner with the words, XX for XX, only exchange, not sale. Chapter 1729. In the free market of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, one only needed to pay a fixed rental fee. No matter what one sold, it was calculated according to the stall and time, so it was very cost-effective. The daily rental of a stall was 100 low-grade spirit stones, which was very cheap. For Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly a last resort, but it was definitely a good idea. He had a lot of very good pills that he could use to trade with others for dragon blood grass or a map of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked towards the free market management office and paid 100 low-grade spiritual stones as rent. Then he obtained a fixed stall. He took out 10 exquisite Yin-Yang elemental energy pills from his storage ring. These Yin-Yang elemental energy pills were all perfect and belonged to the low-grade black-grade pills. It was suitable for all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Its function was to strengthen Yin-Yang elemental energy, replenish Yin-Yang elemental energy, and promote cultivation. Although it was not a top-grade pill, it was very suitable for Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Before Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent, he had refined about 100 pills for his own use. There was absolutely no problem taking out 10 pills to exchange for things. Some people might ask, can low-grade black-grade pills really be exchanged for a map of the secret realm or dragon blood grass? The answer was yes, because there were probably no more than 5 pharmacists in the entire White Tiger continent who could refine black-grade pills. Ling Xiao was one, Medicine King Sun Sa was another, and Sun Lingchan was probably also one. As for the rest, Ling Xiao did not know. After all, he was not familiar with the situation of the Genie School. However, since Medicine King Sun Sa was known as the Medicine King, there were probably only 1 or 2 pharmacists who were stronger than him. In any case, there were only 2 sources for yin-yang elemental energy pills in the entire White Tiger continent. One was Medicine King Sun Sa's Medicine King Pavilion, and the other was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Medicine King Pavilion was a place that specialized in selling finished pills, while the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's products were more complicated, and the sources of pills were also very wide. They might even be goods from a more powerful continent. Anyway, they were very expensive. Young man, I advise you to put away these 10 pills as soon as possible. With your cultivation, you will definitely be targeted if you put these things out. The man who brought Ling Xiao to the market hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern. However, this is the only thing that can be exchanged for what I want." Ling Xiao now felt that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover in this world. It was really rare for someone with such a wretched appearance to be so warm-hearted. I've already said what I should say. If you insist on doing this, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company only provides stalls, but they don't provide any protection. If you really encounter trouble, they definitely won't intervene. That person sighed and hurriedly walked to the side, as if he was afraid of being implicated. Ling Xiao still smiled at him as a form of gratitude. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. There was nothing wrong with this person's actions. Anyway, this person did not have any special relationship with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had specially reminded him not to display such a precious thing. He had already done his utmost benevolence. Ling Xiao was grateful, but he had no choice. He had to do this. After putting the items on the stall, Ling Xiao personally wrote down what he wanted to exchange: Dragon's blood grass and valuable map of the secret territory. I don't want anything else. Only exchange. He wrote down this banner so that he would not waste his saliva later. After all, there would definitely be people coming over to inquire. In fact, when he had just placed the 10 perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pills on the stall, the warriors passing by seemed to have smelled the abundant energy of the yin-yang elemental force pills. Many pairs of eyes looked over and landed on those pills. Good pills. They look much better than the yin-yang elemental force pills sold by the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. How can such a young guy deserve a mysterious grade pill? Many people secretly thought in their hearts and looked around the stall at the same time. Noticing that there were no experts around Ling Xiao to protect him, the greed and ferocity in these people's eyes became more obvious. Ling Xiao's soul power was terrifying. With just a slight scan, he sensed the intentions of these people. However, this was within his expectations. He did not care. Instead, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Of course, this kind of cultivation was shallow and could be interrupted at any time without any side effects. He did not know when he would meet someone who really had the dragon's blood grass or the map of the secret territory. Hence, he could not waste time. He casually swallowed a yin-yang elemental force pill. The shocking yin-yang elemental force formed an energy storm around his body. Of course, this was an advertisement. He wanted to show these people that his yin-yang elemental force pills were much better than those of the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Then he absorbed the energy storm into his body and started to break through the cultivation barrier. Currently, his cultivation was at the early stage of Yin-Yang realm. He dared not say that he could win against Sun Shao demonic beast. He only had a 50% chance. Previously, he was able to defeat his opponent so easily because he had disrupted his opponent's rhythm at the beginning. In addition, he had used the Sky Tyrant martial soul at the end. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Ling Xiao had already calculated that the current him could easily kill someone one level higher than him in an instant. It wouldn't take him too much time to challenge someone 2 levels higher. He would only need 70% of his power to defeat his opponent. Challenging someone 3 levels higher would require him to go all out and even use his overlord martial soul. As for challenging someone 4 levels higher, that was simply impossible. Unless he got the help of the Butterfly Lady or a Yuan Venerate, he could only choose to flee. Thus, the refinement of the fledgling dragon pill was actually very urgent. It was for the sake of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martialists, and, more importantly, for himself. Those people would only be safe if he was strong enough. Secret technique. Appraisal? Among the crowd, there were a few people whose eyes flickered with a strange light. This was a very popular secret technique in the White Tiger continent called the appraisal. Only Yin-Yang realm martialists could use it, and it consumed their soul power. After learning it, one could use the strength of their soul power to appraise their opponent's cultivation and the value of certain items. Of course, not everyone had the appraisal, not just because it required special cultivation manuals and materials. More importantly, it had a higher requirement on one's soul power. Most martialists simply couldn't meet the requirements. It's actually a perfect grade Yin-Yang essence pill. The person who used the appraisal, I first looked at the Yin-Yang essence pill, probably trying to determine whether there was a need to purchase it. It would have been better if he hadn't appraised it. However, he was shocked by the effects of the Yin-Yang essence pill. It's really a perfect grade Yin-Yang essence pill. Gosh, even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have never had such a good pill. Where did this young man come from? Another person cried out in surprise. Chapter 1730. Originally, the person who used the appraisal, I didn't want to say anything, but he subconsciously shouted out. It was too late for him to take back his words. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people in the crowd who had the appraisal. Even if they didn't say anything, others would know. That kid's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's probably a disciple of a famous master. After discovering Ling Xiao's cultivation, many people became cautious. He had such good pills, but his cultivation was so low. If he didn't have someone supporting him, who would dare to display such precious pills here? They looked at the kid, who placed the pills on the stall and was still cultivating. He was obviously not afraid that someone would come and snatch the pills. It wouldn't make sense to say that he didn't have anyone supporting him. People weren't fools. Moreover, the stronger a cultivator was, the more cautious they would be in many things. In their opinion, killing the kid in front of them and snatching the Yin-Yang Essence Force pills was not a problem. However, the problem was, once the expert behind the kid made a move, would they really be able to escape? What's more, with so many people eyeing the pill covetously, whoever went to snatch the pill would probably become the target of public criticism. Unless one was a lunatic or a fool, no one would make such a stupid mistake. Although they didn't dare to snatch the pills, it didn't stop people from inquiring. A man with a cold face walked out from the crowd. The most obvious thing about him was his triangular eyes. They were like the eyes of a snake, emitting a sinister and cold aura. "Young man, I have a map of the secret realm. How about exchanging it? for 10 yin yang essence force pills. That person stepped forward and said with a smile. His smile seemed fake. Ling Xiao opened his eyes slowly and glanced at the man. Depending on the quality of the map, you can exchange it for different amounts of yin yang essence force pills. Let me see the map. Why? You don't believe me? The man with the triangular eyes was stunned. Why should I believe you? We don't know each other. I don't even know if your map is real or fake. Of course, I have to appraise it. The man with the triangular eyes chuckled. That's true. He casually placed the map on the stone table in front of him. This stone table was in front of every stall. It could be used to store things or to block customers from entering the stall. He laughed in his heart. Although his map of the secret realm was fake, even the appraisal, I would not be able to distinguish it. The forgery technique was superb. He didn't believe that this stall owner could see anything. However, after a moment, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I want to exchange the map of the secret realm, not a fake thing. Please take out the real thing. Bullshit. You dare say that my map is fake? I spent a lot of money to buy this. How could it be fake? The triangular-eyed man was furious. Many people also used appraisal eyes to appraise the item, but they couldn't tell that it was fake. Hence, they started discussing among themselves. Young man, you don't have good eyesight. This map is indeed real. We have appraisal eyes, but you don't. Someone said directly to Ling Xiao. Is the appraisal eye very powerful? Ling Xiao looked at the man with disdain and said, whether it's true or not, he knows best. Don't pester him endlessly. He had heard of the appraisal eye's secret skill. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he might find a way to get a set to learn. However, his Tai Chi eye was much more powerful than the appraisal eyes. Hence, there was no need for that. The triangular-eyed man clearly knew that the map of the secret realm was fake, but he was still pestering him endlessly. He was bullying him because his cultivation was weak and wanted to buy it by force. I wanted to make a good deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so rude. You can keep the map of the secret realm. I'll take all 10 yin yang essence energy pills. There was killing intent in the triangular-eyed man's eyes. Of course, there was more greed in his eyes. No one stood out to speak for this young man. Even if this young man had a backer, he shouldn't be here. He didn't believe that the triangular-eyed man would be able to find him after he took the items. Are you planning to rob me openly? Ling Xiao looked at the triangular-eyed man mockingly. There was contempt in his cold eyes. This is called an exchange, not a robbery. You're just a martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, but you have so many yin-yang essence energy pills. You might have stolen them from somewhere. It's good enough that I didn't inform the royal guards. If you know what's good for you, you'd better accept this deal. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The triangular-eyed man's attitude became extremely tough. He looked like he was going to attack at the slightest disagreement. When the crowd saw this, they naturally sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, most of them were gloating. In this world, if you didn't have the ability, don't show off your treasures. Since you took them out, don't blame others for being greedy. Although it didn't make sense, this was the reality. In the mystic world, if you lost something or were killed, most people wouldn't blame the killer, but the trash who was killed. Since you knew you weren't strong enough, why did you keep the treasures with you? This wasn't a world that talked about reason. It was a world that talked about strength. It would be difficult for a newcomer to adapt to this situation. However, Ling Xiao had experienced too much. Although he was young, he had already seen through this world. What a nice way to put the blame on the victim. I won't sell it to you today. What can you do? He saw clearly that the triangular-eyed man wanted to snatch the yin-yang essence force pills from him because of his low cultivation. Hence, When facing such a person, the only way to solve the problem was to subdue him with lightning speed. The triangular-eyed man's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. In front of him, he was merely a hopping locust. Good lad, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I'd like to see what you're relying on. The triangular-eyed man sneered and reached out to grab the 10 yin-yang essence force pills on the stall. If the deal didn't work out, he would snatch them openly because he thought he was stronger than Ling Xiao. The triangular-eyed man had already thought of a way out. He had a secret technique that could temporarily hide his whereabouts. After snatching the yin-yang essence force pills, he would discard a few of them to attract everyone's attention. Then, he would use the secret technique to escape. As long as he could blend into the crowd, he wouldn't have to worry. This plan could be said to be perfect. However, the plan miscalculated a very important part. That was the strength of the stall's owner, Ling Xiao. You'd better withdraw your hand. Otherwise, leave this hand behind. Ling Xiao gave a final warning. This was also a warning before he attacked. However, the triangular-eyed man obviously didn't understand Ling Xiao's intention. He still extended his hand and had no intention of withdrawing it. Uft! A strange black shadow flashed past. The triangular-eyed man's right hand was directly cut off from the shoulder. The hand spun in the air and landed on the ground under the crowd's gaze. Chapter 1731. A belated scream came out of the triangular-eyed man's mouth. He howled as if he had seen a ghost. The place where his right hand was broken was dripping with blood. The scene was very bloody. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Exclamations came from the crowd. Most people did not see what had just happened. Only a few warriors with higher cultivation and better eyesight saw the appearance of a black shadow. However, they still did not see clearly what the black shadow was. Do you think you can rob me just because you are stronger than me? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are an idiot who overestimates himself. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the triangular-eyed man with a sarcastic smile. Ghost. The triangular-eyed man turned around and ran away in horror. He did not even want his broken arm. He was really scared out of his wits. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even realize who attacked him and how he was attacked. To him, this was simply a nightmare. Don't be nervous. If you are sincere about making a deal, bring the real dragon's blood herb and a valuable map of the secret territory. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. Of course, if someone tries to rob me in vain, I will not just break his arm next time. If I attack again, I will kill him. He had a smile on his face, but he said very scary words. This made the crowd have a strong fear of this very young guy. This guy is a little strange. Yes, I did not see what was going on with the attack just now. What a pity. The dragon's blood herb is very precious. It is not easy to get. The same goes for the map of the secret territory. Most warriors use a good map of the secret territory for themselves. After all, the secret territory is something that can only be found by chance. Very few people will sell it. It seems that the yin-yang elemental strength pill is not fated to be with us. The crowd discussed animatedly. They could see that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. However, they were really unwilling to give up on the yin-yang elemental energy pills so easily. Furthermore, it was a perfect yin-yang elemental energy pill. But that wasn't important. What was important was that what happened here had already been seen by many people in the free market. With so many people here, there was a high chance that someone would have the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. Even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would be tempted by a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill. On this point, Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Therefore, he only needed to wait here. Sooner or later, someone would come knocking on his door. There was an endless stream of people in the free market. Almost every customer who had just arrived would hear about the perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pill and come over to appraise it. It was a pity that when they saw the words trade, but not sell, they felt helpless. They had plenty of spirit stones, but they couldn't take out the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. When there were no guests, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed, and he continued to cultivate for a long time. The pedestrians coming and going did not affect his cultivation. After an hour of cultivation, the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone was basically completely absorbed. His cultivation had also broken through from the early stage of yin-yang realm to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Although it was only a small improvement. However, a big step was always accumulated from countless small steps. He was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After absorbing the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone, there was still the energy from the ice fire grass. He used a portion of the ice fire grass energy to help Lu Lian recover her cultivation, but that was only about 30%. The remaining 70% was enough to help him improve his cultivation by a large margin. In front of everyone, he still chewed the yin-yang elemental energy pill like a snack and digested it. The powerful origin energy storm attracted more and more people to watch. Among them, there were many martial artists from the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, as well as some disciples from the big families in the Heavenly Sea City. After all, a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill had never appeared in the Heavenly Sea City. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is abnormally abundant. It seems like the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company chose to set up a free market here for a reason. Another hour passed, and the sky was getting dark. Ling Xiao did not manage to wait for a real customer, but his cultivation was about to break through again. However, at this moment, a burly man appeared in front of the stall. Bang! A huge palm slammed hard on the stone platform. With just one hit, the stone platform was smashed into pieces. The terrifying sound was like thunder. Many martial artists were so frightened that they covered their ears. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the impact, did not look too good either. Just as he was about to break through, the man did that. Although it would not cause any harm to him, it made his cultivation go down the drain. His cultivation returned to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Not only that, but he also wasted 30% of the ice fire grass energy. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding and his anger was burning. However, the burly man in front of the stall did not know what he had done. He pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kid, I don't have the dragon's blood grass, nor do I have a map of the secret territory, but I have spiritual stones. I'll take your 10 yin-yang elemental force pills. Get lost." Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned blood red, and a terrifying voice rang out like a thunderclap. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he returned to normal. "Boy, what's with your attitude? I'll kill you if you continue to talk nonsense." Ling Xiao was trying his best to suppress his killing intent. He could sense that the burly man was just someone's cannon fodder. The real mastermind was standing in the crowd. He was waiting for him to flip out and take the opportunity to make a move on the yin-yang elemental energy pills. "Kill me? I haven't flipped out yet, and you're already flipping out? You're asking for death." The burly man suddenly took out a heavy sword from his storage ring. It seemed to weigh a few hundred kilograms. Then he swung it at Ling Xiao's head in front of everyone. The heavy sword cut through the void, and a strong wind blew. The martial artists who were close to it could feel a chill in their limbs. It was terrifying. I've given you a chance. You're the one who doesn't understand how precious it is. The cold voice was like a voice from hell, and it made the burly man's body tremble violently. Three-leaf magic eyes, magic light attack. Ling Xiao's body still did not move, but his right eye released a black light. Not only did it send the heavy sword flying, but it also sent the burly man flying. He landed in the crowd dozens of meters away. His body twitched a few times, and then he stopped moving. Ling Xiao's attack was filled with hatred. Naturally, he did not show any mercy. Since the other party already had the intention to kill him, why should he show mercy? However, when he turned around to look at the stall, he found that the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills had disappeared. Chapter 1732. You're really fast. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. I've said it before. I'll kill anyone who tries to steal my yin-yang elemental energy pills. As his voice rang out, a crack appeared in the void. A martial artist covered in blood was pulled out from the crack. The 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills were taken back by Ling Xiao in perfect condition and placed back on the stall. What a terrifying young man. He can even find a martial artist who used a concealment technique. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They thought that the young man would admit defeat this time, who knew that the one who fell in the end would be the martial artist who took the yin-yang elemental energy pills. Die! The martial artist who was pulled out tried to escape, but how could Ling Xiao let him go? Ling Xiao had already said before that whoever dared to make a move on his medicinal pills would be killed. Since someone disregarded his advice and insisted on sending himself to his death, he could not be blamed. With a casual flick of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the void and pierced the martial artist's head. The martial artist stood there in horror. His body was still in a running posture. It was a pity that he would not live to see tomorrow. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted when killing people. He would not kill those who should not be killed. He would not let any of those who deserved to die go. The most important thing was that the strongest martial artist who wanted to steal his pills was only at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm, the same as his cultivation. Such trash dared to provoke him. They were really overestimating themselves. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. Even though Ling Xiao had already killed 2 people, a hand still reached out from the ground and tried to steal the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills, while Ling Xiao was not paying attention. A puppet beast? Ling Xiao's tai chi eye turned and discovered that it was a puppet beast with strange tentacles hidden underground. It was not a martial artist. This martial artist was smart to think of such a method. He thought that even if he failed, Ling Xiao would not be able to find him. He was too naive. Ling Xiao hit the ground with his palm. A shadow all pierced through the ground and hit the puppet beast. At the same time, he released his soul power and instantly locked onto the mastermind. That person saw that his plan had failed and turned to flee. He did not stop at all. Since you're here, why leave? Son of Shadow, Shadow kill. Ling Xiao did not leave the stall, but that person died dozens of meters away. The Son of Shadow's attack range was thousands of meters. After killing the 3 people, Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged. The 10 yin-yang elemental force pills were still placed on the stall, as if nothing had happened. The 3 of them had coveted the yin-yang essence force pill. In the end, all 3 of them died. This incident caused the martial artists who had been eyeing the yin-yang essence force pill to restrain themselves. After another hour, the sky was dark. Ling Xiao sighed. He had broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he still had no clue about the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm. He did not want to delay any longer. Since he could not get them, he would think about it later. Next, he had to refine the spirit-sobering pill and solve the problem with cold plum. Thinking of this, he packed up his stall and left. Returning to the Tower of Heroes, he spent a quarter of an hour to refine the spirit-awakening pill, saving Lung Mei from the separation of her divine soul. Long Chun was still cultivating at this moment. Cold plum also returned to her cultivation state. After all, not everyone could break through as easily as Ling Xiao. He had the Tai Chi eye and the sky tyrant martial soul. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from outside the door. Ling Xiao did not even look at the gust of wind. Instead, he rushed out and chased after the person who shot the hidden weapon. The gust of wind must be a hidden weapon. With Dan Feng around, it could not hurt anyone. Young hero Ling, you're amazing. I didn't want to show myself, but you still found me. In a small alley a few hundred meters away from the outstanding person pavilion, the person stopped and looked back at Ling Xiao. He then cupped his hands and said, "Young hero Ling, don't be nervous. I'm a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have no hostility towards you." What did that mean? Ling Xiao asked coldly. "I heard that young hero Ling needs the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm, so I came to deliver the news." The martial artist explained. Ling Xiao was stunned. He felt that he was too nervous and misunderstood the other party. "Who sent you?" "Master Ji Qing." The man replied, "You're a VIP of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Since you need the information, we'll deliver it to you. Actually, you seem to have neglected your privilege. If you need it, you can use the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's intelligence system to serve you." Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and scolded himself for being so stupid. He actually forgot such a convenient thing. He deserved to be tired. "Then, if young hero Ling has nothing else, I'll take my leave." The man cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for the information." Ling Xiao was a very simple person. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others hurt him, he would not show mercy. It was that simple. After returning to the outstanding person pavilion, Dan Feng gave him a note. The information on it was very clear. If you want the dragon blood grass, you can find Sun Ling Chan of the Medicine King Pavilion. If you want the map of the mystery realm, you can go to the Sky Sea Underground City to participate in the Death Arena. If you win, you'll definitely get a high-grade map of the mystery realm, but it's very dangerous. Dan Feng, please continue to watch over everyone. I have to go and try. If I don't come back, you don't have to wait. Do what you have to do. I won't die. Ling Xiao reminded. If you really meet an opponent that you can't handle, then use the formation refining stone I gave you to escape. Don't fight head-on. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have to be careful too. The Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and your grandfather Hong Qi are all not here. If you really meet a strong opponent, you can't be rash. Dan Feng was actually not worried about their safety. After what happened during the day, as long as they stayed in the outstanding person pavilion, they would not be safe. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had offended too many people. He was probably in the most danger. After leaving the outstanding person pavilion, Ling Xiao went to the Medicine King Pavilion of the Sky Sea City under the cover of the night. Now that the White Tiger meet was around the corner, the martial artists who were going to participate in the meet would probably come to the Sky Sea City. As one of the Sky Sea City's 4 heroes, Sun Ling Chan would naturally come. Ling Xiao did not know Sun Ling Chan, but this did not stop him from doing business with him. The Medicine King Pavilion in the night was brightly lit. One could see that the lights were all formed by small special arrays. They absorbed the light of the sun and moon and stored it before releasing it. Chapter 1733. The lights in the Medicine King's pavilion could even show different colors. It was really magical. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few more glances. Hurry up! Fairy Lung Chan is going to distribute the pills. Don't miss it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Medicine King pavilion, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. They were all rushing into the Medicine King pavilion. Ling Xiao couldn't help but follow the crowd and walk in as well. On the first floor of the Medicine King pavilion, one could see dozens of martial artists with powerful cultivation dressed in uniform standing around. Cold gazes were cast on all the martial artists who stepped into the Medicine King pavilion. Those who need pills, line up. The rules are the same as usual. Only the martial artists who urgently need pills will be given out. I hope that some people who want to fish in troubled waters will be disciplined. In the pavilion, there was a woman wearing a veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the otherworldly, immortal aura exuding from her body. This woman should be Sun Lung Chan, but she was a little different from Ji Luoyu's description. The one who spoke was the maidservant beside Sun Lung Chan. She was dressed in men's clothes and held a sword in her hand. She was very delicate and pretty. To be honest, even if it was this maidservant, she would definitely be considered a first-class beauty. The so-called distribution of pills looked a little like some kind rich people giving food to beggars. Could it be that this Sun Lung Chan was a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He followed the crowd and approached the stall. Everyone was lining up. If he did not walk, he would be pushed forward. Brother, looking at you, you don't seem to care about those pills. Are you here to see Fairy Lung Chan? Behind Ling Xiao, a martial artist asked with a smile, with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao immediately understood. It seemed that many people in this crowd were here for Sun Lung Chan's beauty. Even if they could not see her face, seeing her flawless figure was also a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao understood these people very well. One had to know that Sun Lung Chan was barefoot at this time. Her feet were perfect, as if carved from white jade. As long as it was a man who knew how to appreciate women, he wouldn't dislike her tender hands that stretched out of her clothes. Perhaps all men would want to hold her little feet in front of their chest and carefully admire them, letting those little hands caress their bodies. Yes. After responding casually, Ling Xiao ignored the man's nagging voice. He had seen women more beautiful than Sun Lung Chan, so his resistance was naturally stronger. The team continued to move forward, and Ling Xiao soon arrived in front of Sun Lung Chan. Sun Lung Chan glanced at Ling Xiao and asked softly, "What medicinal pills do you need? You can choose any medicinal pill below the profound grade and take it for free." "I want the dragon blood grass." Ling Xiao wasn't interested in elixirs below the mysterious grade. His purpose for coming here this time was for the dragon blood grass. What? Sun Lung Chan seemed to be taken aback for a moment before she let out a bell-like laughter. Under this laughter, many men almost entered a state of absent-mindedness and were infatuated. However, Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. This surprised Sun Lung Chan quite a bit. She smiled and asked, "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" "Why? Do I need a reason to make a deal? I can use 5 perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pills to exchange for it," Ling Xiao said lightly. His voice was calm, but the moment he spoke, there was a commotion in the hall of the Medicine King. It turned out that what happened in the free market during the day had already spread to many people's ears. "You're the young man who traded yin-yang elemental energy pills in the free market and killed 3 martial artists in the end?" Sun Lung Chan seemed to have heard about this too. "That's right." Ling Xiao didn't hide it. "Interesting. Hua, help me continue to distribute the medicinal pills. I want to have a chat with this young master." Sun Lung Chan smiled faintly and her voice was very sweet. However, this made countless martial artists who came to admire Sun Lingchan envious. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with murderous gazes. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He only cared about Sun Lingchan's dragon blood grass. He followed Sun Lingchan to the lounge on the second floor. This place was very spacious and should be a place for VIPs to rest. However, it happened to be empty at this time. So Sun Lingchan used this place as her guest room. You're Ling Xiao, right? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Sun Lingchan sat on the soft seat in a very ladylike manner. That posture gave off a feeling of superiority, as if she was a queen. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. How do you know I have the dragon blood grass? Sun Lingchan asked again. I guessed. Ling Xiao said lightly, You're the daughter of the Medicine King Sun Sa, and the future successor of the Medicine King Hall. If even you don't have the dragon blood grass, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it in the entire Tianhai Empire. He. Sun Lingchan just smiled faintly. As for whether she believed Ling Xiao's words, she didn't know. What do you want the dragon blood grass for? Sun Lingchan finally got to the point. That's a very precious herb that can be used to refine many precious, mysterious grade medicinal pills. To refine medicinal pills. Ling Xiao replied faintly, to refine the fledgling dragon pill. He didn't lie. Lying in front of such a smart woman was purely self-deceiving. Not only would he not be able to deceive the other party, but it might also cause his image to collapse in the other party's eyes. If the other party wasn't happy, the dragon blood grass might not be willing to trade. Fledgling dragon pill. Sun Lingchan revealed a shocked expression. You can actually refine mysterious grade medicinal pills. Why not? Ling Xiao asked back. In fact, whether he admitted it or not, the Medicine King's son, Sa, would know about it. It was only a matter of time before Sun Lingchan found out. It was better to let the other party feel his weight, and the success rate of this trade would be higher. Ha! I thought you were a promising young man and wanted to be friends with you, but I didn't expect you to boast so shamelessly. Even I can't refine a profound grade pill. How can you refine one? Sun Lingchan smiled coldly and stood up to see the guest out. Ha! I didn't think that Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. You can go ask your father, Medicine King Sun Zai, and see my ability in alchemy. Ling Xiao wasn't nervous. Instead, he laughed loudly and suppressed Sun Lingchan's arrogant aura. If you have the ability, you can be arrogant. It's the same with alchemy. No matter how beautiful you are, you still need to use medicinal pills. If I can refine mysterious grade medicinal pills, you have to look up to me. It's that simple. The corner of Sun Lingchan's mouth twitched. She immediately ordered someone to check the information. After a while, that person came back and whispered a few words in her ear. Sun Lingchan's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but after hearing that person's words, Sun Lingchan's attitude took a 180-degree turn. It was obvious that she had found some information about Ling Xiao, especially information about alchemy. Chapter 1734. I have 20 stalks of dragon blood grass here. It's the entire stock of the Medicine King Pavilion. This herb is very rare and hard to collect. I can give it to you for free. Sun Lingchan suddenly said, Fairy Lingchan, if you have anything to say, just say it. Ling Xiao, am not a kid anymore. I don't believe that there will be free deals in this world. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for free. I want 15 fledgling dragon pills. Sun Lingchan said with a smile, That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. Then tell me your price. Sun Lingchan's asking price was very high. Therefore, She wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao rejected her. Simple, 20 stalks of dragon blood grass. Moreover, you have to provide 20 fledgling dragon pills. After that, I can only give you 5 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, they are perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If it's not possible, then forget it." His attitude was very firm. This was because he firmly believed that even Medicine King's son, Sa, couldn't refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This was his biggest advantage. Perfect grade. Sun Lingchan was a little out of control. Although she tried her best to keep calm, she still couldn't control herself. "Young Master Ling, you're a little black-hearted." "Black-hearted?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I can choose not to buy the dragon blood grass from you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company probably has it too. However, you definitely won't be able to find a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who can refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. The market determines the value." Hee, young Master Ling is really eloquent. "All right, 5 pills it is. However, they must be perfect grade. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of toying with my Medicine King pavilion." Sun Lingchan smiled and agreed. Just like what Ling Xiao said, there probably wasn't a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who could refine perfect grade, profound grade elixir pills. Even her father, Medicine King's son, Sa, couldn't do it. "I won't find trouble for myself." Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wouldn't cause trouble for himself. "All right then. Hua Lu, go and get 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for this young master." Sun Lingchan smiled and instructed the maidservant beside her. The maidservant acknowledged and then left. About 15 minutes later, he returned with a box carved out of white jade. There were indeed 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass in it. In addition, there were 2 martial artists following behind him, carrying 2 chests. Inside the chests were medicinal herbs for refining the fledgling dragon pill. "I've prepared a total of 40 sets of medicinal ingredients. After all, there is still a possibility of failure. However, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want 5 perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. If I can't do it, it won't be good for us." Sun Lingchan said the ugly words first, so as to avoid falling out with them in the future, which would make everyone look bad. Of course, Ling Xiao was secretly laughing in his heart. This was equivalent to him getting 20 sets of medicinal ingredients for free. These medicinal ingredients were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. If he were to buy them, he would not be able to afford them now. "In that case, Fairy Lingchan, I'll take my leave first." Ling Xiao kept the items in his storage ring and turned to leave. However, he did not expect a sudden chuckle from the door of the resting room. "Sun Lingchan, didn't you say that your Medicine King pavilion doesn't have dragon blood grass?" When this voice was heard, a slender hand attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This person might not know Ling Xiao, but it was obvious that she was also thinking about the dragon blood grass. Ling Xiao did not fight head-on. Instead, he flashed and stood aside. He did not want to be the sacrifice in the battle between Sun Lingchan and others. She was stunned for a moment, as if she did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to dodge her attack. Don't be surprised. He could even dodge the attack of the sacred sword of Wind Demon. Dodging your attack is nothing. Another voice was heard from outside the door. It was also a woman's voice, but it sounded more noble and graceful. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a woman from a prestigious family. "I don't believe it." The woman who attacked earlier pounced on Ling Xiao again. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw her face clearly. She was extremely good-looking. This woman was dressed as a man and had a heroic spirit. She was even more beautiful than Sun Lingchan's servant girl. She was valiant and formidable. Originally, Ling Xiao liked this type of woman very much. However, today he was a little unhappy. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Take out all the dragon blood grass you have. I won't let you suffer. The woman pointed out her intentions as she attacked. It was as if she hoped that this would make Ling Xiao give up resisting stubbornly. However, once again, Ling Xiao easily dodged her attack and said indifferently, "You want me to take out something that's already in my storage ring? That's impossible. How much did you buy it for?" "I can buy it for 10 times the price." The woman attacked Ling Xiao again, and her voice was even sharper. Ling Xiao's heart was getting colder and colder. He was only giving face to Sun Lingchan, so he did not make a move, but the other party was actually so aggressive. It was simply unreasonable. "Shangguan Qing'er, this is the Medicine King Hall. Don't go overboard. Giving you 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass is simply a waste of resources. How many people in your royal family can refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills?" Sun Lingchan's voice was heard. This was her territory. How could she not care if someone was behaving atrociously here? Although the other party had a respectable status, and even she had to be wary of them, it would be too embarrassing for her to let them hurt Ling Xiao here. Shangguan Qing'er was stunned for a moment and stopped attacking. She looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief, then looked at Sun Lingchan and said, "If you want to lie, you have to come up with something decent. Our royal family's imperial doctors can't refine a perfect grade fledgling dragon pill, but they can still refine one with 80% perfection. Could it be that this lad can refine a perfect grade fledgling dragon pill?" "That's right. He can refine it. I have already asked my father about this. Even my father highly admires this person." Sun Lingchan said calmly, "Impossible. What is his name?" Shangguan Qing'er asked. "Ling Xiao," Sun Lingchan replied. "Ling Xiao, I have never heard of such a powerful alchemy master on the White Tiger continent. Sun Lingchan, are you bullying me because I am not well educated?" Shangguan Qing'er was furious. "He, I advise you not to attack. I am not afraid that you will hurt him, but I am afraid that you will be hurt by him." Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "Today he killed 3 martial artists who tried to snatch the yin-yang elemental strength pills from him in the free market. Yin-yang elemental strength pill. A perfect grade yin-yang elemental strength pill." Shangguan Qing'er's focus seemed to be different from what Sun Lingchan had thought. "Lad, sell me your perfect grade yin-yang elemental strength pill. I will give you double the price." Shangguan Qing'er seemed to be used to being overbearing and rude. When she spoke, she was completely bossy and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Chapter 1735. Shangguan Qing'er had an arrogant look on her face. It was as if whatever she said, others had to listen to her. If she wanted to buy Ling Xiao's elixirs, then Ling Xiao had to sell them. "I'm not selling," Ling Xiao said plainly. "I have already said that the yin-yang elemental force elixir is only for trade. If you don't have the dragon's blood grass or the map of the secret territory, then don't even think about it. Are you selling or not?" Shangguan Qing'er looked at Ling Xiao coldly, as if she wanted to kill him. "If I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. Are you planning to buy it by force?" Ling Xiao's gaze was equally cold. He had a special characteristic, which was that he could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If someone sat down and discussed it with him, then maybe he could sell it to them. After all, the dragon's blood grass was already in his hands. But now that the other party had such an attitude, how could he give in? "So what if I want to buy it by force? You know who I am?" Shang Guanqinger looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, "On account of your ignorance, I will not argue with you. Take it out, and I will give you spiritual stones. Otherwise, if you offend me, even if Sun Lingchan protects you, it will be useless. I don't care who you are, but I finally understand what you are. A dog raised by someone else to bite people. Is it because the leash is not tied properly?" Ling Xiao's words were really merciless. He knew that the person outside the door was the real owner. As long as the person outside the door spoke, Shang Guanqinger would not dare to act recklessly. But now, it seemed that the person outside the door felt that what Shang Guanqinger did was not wrong. Shang Guanqinger's murderous aura was revealed, as if she did not care about Sun Lingchan's warning at all. She was really going to rob him. The murderous aura enveloped Ling Xiao, revealing a resolute murderous intent, as if she had seen her enemy. Facing such an unreasonable woman, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there and looked at her coldly, and an even more terrifying murderous aura was released. The two murderous auras in the air collided and exploded. Both of them took a step back. "Qing, it's fine if you don't fight, but if you do, don't lose." The noble lady outside the door walked in and glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if she didn't care about him at all. Why would she take a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm seriously? "Greetings, Crown Princess." When Sun Lingchan saw this woman, he slowly stood up and said, "Crown Princess?" Ling Xiao finally understood why this woman was so overbearing. Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai's woman. Rumor had it that not only was her cultivation terrifying, her status was also revered. "You're welcome." The Crown Princess smiled slightly and then sat at the side. Her sitting posture was even more queen-like than Sun Lingchan's. She was completely used to it. "Understood, Your Highness the Crown Prince Consort." Shang Guanqinger smiled slightly. Since she had the Crown Princess promise, she did not need to hold back. Her figure suddenly flashed, and she charged toward Ling Xiao at an even faster speed than before. Obviously, she had not used her full strength just now because of the Crown Princess. "You're indeed an obedient dog. You bite whoever your master tells you to. You're quite pretty, but it's a pity that you're a blind dog." Ling Xiao did not intend to dodge anymore. Previously, he did not attack because he was giving Sun Lingchan face. However, it was obvious that Sun Lingchan did not want to interfere in this matter. Therefore, he could only fight for his own face. This guy is really daring. He even dares to scold the Crown Princess's maid. Sun Lingchan laughed happily. She had probably never seen such a daring person before. However, she did not know that Ling Xiao had even defeated Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai. If he was afraid of a mere Crown Princess, it would be too embarrassing. "You're courting death." Shang Guanqinger suddenly pulled out 2 broken swords. The blades were as thin as cicadas' wings. For a woman, they were the best weapons. The sword aura tore through the void and slashed toward Ling Xiao with a strong gust of wind. This was no longer as simple as fighting for the Yin-Yang elemental force pill. She wanted to kill him. "Humph!" Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. A cold and gloomy aura circulated in the ice fury. The surrounding air became cold and gloomy. "We don't know who's courting death yet." He smiled faintly and thrust out the ice fury. A terrifying cold aura broke through the air. Ding! Dang! Shang Guanqinger's sword was blocked by the ice fury. She felt a strange cold aura enter her arms through the sword. It was so cold that she almost threw the sword in her hand to the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a strange and soft sword aura seeping into his meridians. It was trying to destroy his body. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She was just a maid of the crown princess, yet her cultivation was so high. She was much stronger than the trash in the free market today. She was even comparable to the so-called 4 ferocious beasts of the heavenly ocean. Then how strong was the crown princess? How strong was tyranny on high? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became even more obsessed with the dragon's blood grass. Whoever wanted to snatch it would die. The dragon's blood grass was the key to increasing his cultivation. Both of them took a step back and neutralized the sword aura in their bodies. You have some skills. No wonder you could kill those trash. But in front of me, Shangguan Qing'er, you are still not worth mentioning. Shangguan Qing'er waved the broken sword in her hand. The cold aura became even more dazzling. The soft sword aura was difficult to block. It was like using a stick to block the attack of a rope. There was no way to use force. Ordinary people would not be able to think of a reliable way to deal with this strange sword aura. However, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In a moment, he found the weak spot of this poisonous snake. Get lost! Ling Xiao waved the ice fury in his hand. A scorching aura suddenly rose. Then, a golden crow flew across the sky. The scorching flames burned in the lounge. The crown princess and Sun Lingchan were stunned. Third profound light, golden crow soaring sun. Snake shadow sword, aura. Shangguan Qing'er waved the 2 swords in her hands continuously. The strange and flexible sword, aura, instantly tore the golden crow into pieces. Interesting. It's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't have any deep hatred for you. So, I will be merciful to you. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, my next move will end your life. Although he was smiling, his voice was very cold. However, Shangguan Qing'er seemed to treat his words as fart. She did not care at all. She continued to attack with the 2 swords. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. A dark, demonic sword hung above his head. Fusion! The dark, demonic sword was wrapped in the ice fury. The power of the sword in his hand increased tremendously. Then, Ling Xiao pointed the tip of the sword at Shangguan Qing'er. A dark night sky appeared behind him. In the night sky, there was a terrifying beast roaring. This voice caused many martial artists in the lounge to feel their hearts palpitate. A terrifying and dark aura was released continuously. It was as if some monster was stepping out from the dark void. Shangguan Qing'er was stunned. However, she did not stop attacking. The 2 swords released a shocking, murderous aura. A huge snake appeared behind her. The snake had 8 heads. It was extremely strange. Chapter 1736. Seeing the strange 9-headed snake, martial soul, behind Shangguan Qing'er, Ling Xiao deduced that this woman's sword aura was cultivated because of the giant snake. The influence of a martial soul on a martial artist was indeed too great. Kill! There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was as cold as a devil. Since his opponent was courting death, why should he show mercy? Light Shadow's third profound. Sure kill, Doomsday of Taotai. A giant black shadow stretched its head out from the void, its terrifying eyes staring at the enemy in front of it. A brutal aura rose continuously. Ever since Ling Xiao merged the martial soul of Taotai and the primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the power of Doomsday of Taotai had once again become the most terrifying attack among all of Ling Xiao's killing moves. If he used this move, it would prove that he really had the intention to kill. No matter who it was, as long as their cultivation level was not higher than him by 3 levels, they would definitely die. A terrifying sword light enveloped Shangguan Qing'er. The roar of the Taotai caused the entire Medicine King Hall to tremble. The pitch-black shadow had already penetrated the entire resting lounge and was spying on the woman not far away. Roar! The sword light flew out, releasing the roar of a giant beast. At that moment, all of Shangguan Qinger's sword shadows were torn apart, and the shadow of the giant snake behind her disappeared as well. Her eyes were dull and filled with fear, filled with despair. She was going to die. How was this possible? She was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but she was going to be killed by a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could her opponent release such a terrifying ultimate move? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. However, the shadow in the void was already attacking her, and it was useless to not believe it. Show mercy. Sun Lingchan and the crown princess actually attacked at the same time. The two of them released two even more astonishing auras, which directly destroyed the shadow in the void. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the three women in front of him. Shangguan Qinger was already very powerful. He had to use his strongest killing move to intimidate his opponents, and this was under the circumstance that his opponents did not know him well. Sun Lingchan and the crown princess were even more terrifying. His strongest killing move was not worth mentioning in front of these two women. As expected, the gap between them was still too big. However, he didn't intend to retreat. The dark demon sword in his hand was still circulating with a terrifying aura. His body was gradually covered by a white bone armor. He entered the state of hell body. At this moment, there were already many martial art practitioners gathered in the lounge. As they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and Shangguan Qinger, they were all extremely shocked. Shangguan Qinger was a martial artist at the 9th heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. Although she was not ranked among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, it was not because she was not strong enough. It was because she was a female official in the palace and did not have the right to participate in the White Tiger meet. Although she was called a female official, she was actually just a slave. However, there was no doubt about his strength. But in the face of an unfamiliar young man, he was almost killed. If Sun Lingchan and the crown princess hadn't intervened, what would have happened? They can think of it with their thighs. This young man was too terrifying. He was simply a role model for the younger generation. "I will kill you." Shangguan Qinger, who had been rescued, screamed, then pounced forward with all her might in an attempt to take revenge. She was a slave. If she was of no use to her master, the consequences could be imagined. "Enough. You are no match for him." The crown princess gently placed her hand on Shangguan Qinger's shoulder. Her gentle voice had a tinge of coldness. "I have misjudged you." Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You are really skilled. With such strength, even in the Tianhai Empire, you can be ranked among the top 6. However, you still have to restrain yourself. Although the Tianhai Empire has the strength, there are many people who are not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. Qinger is a slave. Otherwise, her name would have been among the 7 little saints. Mu Wanshuang is also a slave. However, she is one of the Tianhai 4 talents. Whether she can participate in the White Tiger meet or not depends on her master." Ling Xiao looked at the crown princess nonchalantly and said, "Ha, interesting, interesting. You are indeed the heavenly emperor of the Tianhai Empire." The crown princess laughed very casually. She no longer had the arrogance from before. "You flatter me. The Tianhai Empire is just a small and weak country in front of the Tianhai Empire. It is not worth mentioning." Ling Xiao knew his own weight, and he also knew the weight of the Tianhai Empire. It was precisely because he was inferior that he had to work even harder to become stronger. Join the Crown Prince's guest delegation. You will definitely be put in an important position. The Crown Princess suddenly said. "Guest delegation?" Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Crown Princess's words to change so drastically. She was just praising him a moment ago, but Now she was suddenly full of praise. That's right. With your talent and ability, under the Crown Prince's nurturing, you will sooner or later become one of the best on the White Tiger continent. The Crown Princess smiled. Will the Crown Prince allow a guest delegation to be stronger than him? Ling Xiao didn't refuse the Crown Princess's request. The Crown Princess froze for a moment, then chuckled. I understand. Your ambition is not small. Unfortunately, if your ambition is too great, you will sometimes be stuffed to death. Whether or not I will be stuffed to death is not up to you or the Crown Prince. It is up to me. Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his various abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still protect himself. As long as he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely surpass Tyranny Heavenly Seas. He had never doubted this point. Good, very good. You are really good. Fairy Ling-chan, sorry for disturbing you today. Let's chat again tomorrow. Qinger, let's go. The Crown Princess looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned and left with Shangguan. Qinger. Young Master Ling, you seem to have been targeted by Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Sun Ling-chan sighed. Tyranny Heavenly Seas is incomparably tyrannical. They are the classic example of those who obey them prosper, and those who oppose them perish. If you don't obey them, you have to be careful of their revenge. However, they actually sent the Crown Princess to personally test you. They really think highly of you. You really weren't injured by the sacred sword of the Wind Demon? In the end, Sun Ling-chan suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Ling-chan's eyes. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon was ranked fourth among the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Seas. However, if they really fought, she and Mu Wanshuang might not be able to win easily. Of course, Tyranny Heavenly Seas was an exception. That guy was so strong that he didn't seem human. Ling Xiao could actually survive the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. This meant that she, Sun Ling-chan, might not be able to control him. Thinking of this, she made some last-minute changes to her original plan. Forcing him became preparing to befriend him. Of course, this still depended on whether Ling Xiao could survive the encirclement of strong enemies. A martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent who was so dazzling in Heavenly Seas City would probably attract a lot of trouble. What's your cultivation like? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He couldn't see through Sun Ling-chan's cultivation, so he asked directly. Chapter 1737. It's stronger than the Sacred Wind Demon Sword. Sun Ling-chan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, You have to be careful of the Crown Princess. She's as scary as Tianhai Tyranny. She might be weaker in terms of strength, but she's very cunning. Fairy Ling-chan is also a smart person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sun Ling-chan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. He didn't expect this young man to see through his thoughts. This person didn't cultivate appraisal, but his eyesight was terrifying. Goodbye. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left the Medicine King Pavilion. His next step was to go to the underground black market arena. It was for the map of the secret realm. Now that he had the pills, he had to get the map of the secret realm. Using both methods, together with the spiritual energy in the White Tiger continent that was much denser than the Divine Phoenix continent, he could definitely increase his cultivation in a short period of time. Not only him, but his comrades also needed to increase their cultivation. Although they couldn't increase their cultivation as quickly and fiercely as him, they might be able to hold their own and not have to worry about him all the time. He didn't dare to say for others, but at the very least, Long Chun could definitely keep up with his cultivation speed. Cold Plum still needed to depend on her luck. If she could successfully obtain the power of the 10,000 Ghost Banner, her cultivation would definitely increase quickly. The underground city was the underground world of Tianhai City. This was a world of chaos, but also full of opportunities. Every night, when Heavenly Sea City was quiet, this place would become lively. The entrance to the underground city didn't have any restrictions. It was just a deep tunnel. Ling Xiao found the entrance according to the location on the map and walked in. Brothers, get ready to attack. This kid's clothes aren't bad. He should be rich. Let's snatch his storage ring. There were flickering fireflies in the tunnel. Between the flickering fireflies, many figures could be seen. These were the rats in the tunnel. They were terrifying bandits. They were used to reaping without sowing. They lived in the tunnel all year round and attacked strangers. They would never provoke powerful martial artists. However, they would naturally treat an unfamiliar brat like Ling Xiao, who was only at the 4th level of the Yinyang realm, like a fat sheep. Bandits were not allowed to exist in Heavenly Sea City, and they would be severely punished by the royal family. But the underground city was a chaotic and lawless place, just like the Xin domain. Ling Xiao's exposed cultivation level was at the 4th level of the Yinyang realm. He was definitely a top-notch expert in the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. Martial artists at the 4th level of the Yinyang realm could be seen everywhere. The average strength of this bandit group was around the 4th level of the Yinyang realm. With dozens of people and such a powerful lineup, they thought that victory was already in their grasp. Even the martial artists passing by felt that Ling Xiao would become a nameless corpse in the tunnel tonight. However, what they didn't know was that the bandits had kicked an iron plate. They had encountered a killing god and were destined to suffer misfortune. Ling Xiao had long noticed this group of people. However, he didn't show any signs of slowing down, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, a subtle, blazing light gradually appeared on the surface of his body. The moment he passed through the encirclement, the light suddenly exploded. Then, the surroundings started to burn wildly. This horrifying scene caused many martial artists to tremble uncontrollably. Shrill screams followed one after another. The dozens of pitiful bandits were instantly melted and evaporated by the terrifying heat. Perhaps this was the rumored no corpses. Someone clearly saw the horror and disbelief in the bandits' eyes before they died. Unfortunately, it was already meaningless. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He didn't even attack, but dozens of Yinyang realm martial artists were instantly vaporized. When did such an outstanding martial artist appear in Heavenly Sea City? There were many experts passing by. Many of them were experts who frequently traveled between the underground city and Heavenly Sea City. They and the bandits seemed to know each other. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. He should be a candidate martial artist for the White Tiger meet. Why would a proper martial artist come to the underground city? Is he going to participate in the underground black market's single elimination tournament? It can't be wrong. I've seen candidates participate in the single elimination tournament because they lack money. However, many of them died forever below. If this person participates in the single elimination tournament, how many floors do you think he can reach? He should have no problem reaching the 10th floor. If he's still hiding his strength, he should have no problem reaching the 20th floor. However, if he wants to reach the 30th floor, his life will be in danger. In the underground city's single elimination tournament, there would be an arena master on every floor. Challengers could challenge each floor one by one. They had to win consecutively to go up. If they failed, it was very likely that they would die. Of course, if they were strong enough or met a kind arena master, they could still survive. That's right. The underground city's Hell Tower isn't that easy to climb. Before others understand him, he might be able to win consecutively. However, once others are familiar with his methods, he won't be far from failure. Moreover, the Fan family in charge of the Hell Tower won't allow anyone to win consecutively. Otherwise, their losses will be great. They will definitely send out powerful opponents to stop him. Ever since the Hell Tower opened, only 100 or so people have been able to reach the 30th floor. Only 50 have reached the 40th floor, and less than 30 have reached the 50th floor. The only martial artist who has truly reached the top, which is the 100th floor, seems to be the Crown Prince, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The key point is that the Hell Tower is very strange. After entering, any treasures are useless. You can only rely on your own strength. Therefore, many martial artists who rely on treasures to win will wither after entering. I heard that recently a martial artist from a subordinate country came to participate in the White Tiger meet. His name is Ko Xiling. This person has learned a lot, and his moves are ever-changing. It's very difficult to see through him. Therefore, he was fortunate enough to reach the 50th floor and become the arena master. There's also a martial artist from the sea race called Lan Jing. This person is quite strange. His appearance is extremely ugly, as if his entire body has been specially modified. He also reached the 40th floor and became the arena master. Don't forget about Fairy Macho from the Genie School. She has already reached the 41st floor. Why did someone from the Genie School come to Heavenly Ocean City? What's so strange about that? I heard that Fairy Macho is also participating in the White Tiger meet, but recently she urgently needs a map of the secret realm. This time, she's going for the final reward. That's the reward for reaching the 100th floor. Can she do it? Why not? Fairy Macho is ranked 7th in the Genie School and is one of the 7 disciples. Her strength is comparable to the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean City.